Hare Krishna. Welcome to this episode of Ask Me Anything Mondays, AMAM. In these sessions, we attempt to answer your questions from Śrīla Prabhupāda's books, which are the law books of mankind for the next at least 10,000 years. Alright, so we will say our Mangalacharan prayers invoking the blessings of Śrīla Prabhupada and the entire Parampara system and all the Vaishnavas, and we'll proceed to try to answer your questions. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Alright, let's try to answer questions straight away. I don't know why. It's a bit weird how this YouTube live chat is working, because I have seen some questions come in the beginning, but I do not know where they went. But luckily we kind of stored everything. I hope we captured everything. Okay, so let me just give me a moment here. All right. So first question is by Lynn Mataji. Oh, Krishna. Okay, so the first question. A place where Harinam is sung or mentioned is an auspicious place. Comments. I read somewhere that a pure devotee would make hell heaven, or make hell into heaven. Is that right? In that case, it does not matter where the devotee goes. It makes everywhere beautiful by chanting of Harinam or Mahamantra, etc. So, this is a good question. Yes. So wherever there is Harinam, it is immediately become, the whole place becomes, whole place and time, everything becomes immediately auspicious. So let me show you some. In fact, in Bhagavad Gita also there is this verse 11:13. 36. Arjuna uvacha sthane hrishikesh tava prakirtya jagat prahrishyatyanurajyate cha rakshamsi bhitani disho dravanti sarve namasyanti cha siddha sanghaah. What is the meaning? Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. So when the name of Krishna is chanted, the whole world becomes joyful. The whole universe, Jagat Praharishyati. The entire world, Jagat means actually universe, is rejoicing. Chaudha Bhuvana Majhe, Bhaktivinoda Thakur also sang. So, Bhagavad Gita. Next, some of the references from Bhagavatam. There are unlimited references to the holy name being auspicious. In fact, there is nothing inauspicious about the holy name. So here, 6.3.31 of Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. Tasmat sankirtanam Viṣṇo jagan mangalamam hasam mahatamapi kauravya vidhyaikantika nishkritam jagan mangalam. Sukadeva Goswami continued, My dear king, the chanting of the holy name of the Lord is able to uproot even the reactions of the greatest sins. Therefore, the chanting of the Sankirtan movement is the most auspicious activity in the entire universe. Please try to understand this so that others will take it seriously. So, chanting of the Sankirtan movement is the most auspicious activity in the entire universe. Then there is, in fact, there is no other auspicious activity that is even remotely close to the auspiciousness that comes with chanting. Gokoti dhanam grahane khagasya. Gokoti dhanam grahane khagasya prayaga gangodaka kalpavasaham yajñāyutam meru suvarna dhanam govinda kirterna samam shatam shaihi. Even if one distributes 10 million cows in charity during an eclipse of the sun, lives at the confluence of the Ganges and Yamuna for millions of years, or gives a mountain of gold in sacrifice to the Brahmanas, he does not earn 100th part of the merit derived from chanting Hare Kṛṣṇa. There's nothing even close. There's nothing remotely close to chanting. It's that purifying. And Shukracharya himself, who is the spiritual master of demons, he also said, you see, mantratas-tantratas-chhidram desha-kalarha-vastutah sarvam karoti nishchhidram anusankirtanam tava. There may be discrepancies in pronouncing the mantras and observing the regulatory principles, and moreover, there may be discrepancies in regard to time, place, person, and paraphernalia. But when your Lordship's holy name is chanted, everything becomes faultless. See that? There may be many discrepancies, but when Krishna's name is chanted, everything becomes faultless. Everything becomes auspicious. Actually, there is no end to how many shlokas there are. But I'm just going to show a few of them. This is the last verse of the Śrīmad Bhāgavatam itself. Nama sankirtanam yasya sarva papa pranashanam pranamo dukkha shamanas tam namami harim param. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord Hari, the congregational chanting of whose holy names destroys all sinful reactions, and the offering of obeisances unto whom relieves all material suffering. In the 10th canto, last chapter, there are two verses, very important verses. One is a summary of Krishna's glories, and another is summary of Krishna's pastimes on earth. So, in the verse of the summary of Krishna's glories, one of the glory is Yannāmāmangalagnam śrutamatha-gaditam tīrtham chakre nriponam yadajani yadushu svahsarit-pāda-shaucham vidvit snigdhah svarupam yayurajita parashriryadharthenya yatnah Yannāmāmangalagnam śrutamatha-gaditam yatkruto gotra-dharmah Krishnasya itanna chitram kshitibharaharanam kalachakrayudhasya. So, okay, there are many glories here. Yannāmāmangalagnam, let's see that. Yat nama, whose name, amangala, means inauspiciousness, gnam. Gnam means which kills inauspiciousness, or which destroys. Whose name destroys all inauspiciousness, whether heard or chanted. Śrutamatha gaditam. So this is Krishna's holy name. Then we have another verse. Viṣṇu dharma. It is stated, Kalau kritayugam tasya kalistasya kritayuge yasya chetasi govindo hridaye yasya nachutaha. For one who has Lord Govinda in his heart, Satyayuga becomes manifest in the midst of Kali. Satyayuga becomes manifest in the midst of Kali. And conversely, even Satyayuga becomes Kali Yuga for one who does not have the infallible Lord in his heart. So, for one who is remembering Krishna, even in Kali Yuga, he is as if he is in Satya Yuga. And if he is not remembering Krishna, even if he is in Satya Yuga, it is like Kali Yuga for him. And this remembering is not so easy actually. Smartavya satatam Vishnur vismartavyo na jatachit. So, in Vaishnava Chintamani, this quote is there. Aghachit smaranam Vishnur bahva yasena sadhyate oshthas pandanamatreena kirtanam tu tatovaram. Although capable of destroying all sins, the remembrance of Lord Viṣṇu is achieved only with extraordinary effort. On the other hand, one may perform Krishna Kirtan simply by moving one's lips, and thus this process is superior. Śrīla Jiva Goswami also has quoted the following verse. Of course, there is. So, again, the remembering of Krishna or chanting his name especially, as good as Satyuga it will become, even Kali Yuga. So like this, there are many verses, many verses. I am getting so many verses in my head now. It's just that we have many questions as well. So you get the idea. So all inauspiciousness is removed just by chanting. In the 6th canto also, in the Ajamil section, in the purport 6 to 7, 6 to 14, many verses are there. So, yes, in short, if his holy name, Krishna's name is sung or mentioned or his topics are discussed, that place is the most auspicious place. And one verse. In fact, there is this verse, 5:19-24. Nayatra Vaikuntha Katha Sudhapada Na Sadhavo Bhagavatāstadāśrayāh Nayatra Yagne Shamakha Mahotsavāh Suresha Lokopi Navaisa Sevyatam. An intelligent person does not take interest in a place, even in the topmost planetary system, if the pure Ganges of topics concerning the Supreme Lord's activities does not flow there. If there are not devotees engaged in service on the banks of such a river of piety, or if there are no festivals of Sankirtan Yajna to satisfy the Lord, especially since Sankirtan Yajna is recommended in this age. That means an intelligent person does not go to a place where there are no topics of Krishna, there are no devotees, and there is no festivals of Sankirtan Yajna. Even in the topmost planet, a devotee is not interested. That means even the topmost heavenly planets become inauspicious if there is no topics of Krishna, no devotees, and no Sankirtan Yajna going on. Even the most auspicious heavenly planets are very auspicious. In the material world, they are one of the most auspicious. Nothing like the Vaikuntha, but comparatively they are very auspicious. But a devotee is not interested in that if there is no other thing. That means they also become inauspicious without Hare Katha. Conversely, so if any, hell also becomes not just heaven. Here your question is, a pure devotee would make hell into heaven. No, heaven is very terrible place actually, honestly. You know, heaven is not a very good place. What is that verse? Hmm. 11.3.20 of Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. एवं लोकं परं विद्यान् नश्वरं कर्म निर्मितं सतुल्यातिशयध्वंसं यथा मण्डलवर्तिनाम्. One cannot find permanent happiness even on the heavenly planets, which one can attain in the next life by ritualistic ceremonies and sacrifices. Even in material heaven, the living entity is disturbed by rivalry with his equals and envy of those superior to him, and since one's residence in heaven is finished with the exhaustion of pious fruitive activities, the denizens of heaven are afflicted by fear, anticipating the destruction of their heavenly life. Thus, they resemble kings who, though enviously admired by ordinary citizens, are constantly harassed by enemy kings and who therefore never attain actual happiness. See that? So, heaven is not a very good place. So, a devotee will make the place better than heaven. Vaikuntha. Vaikuntha means Vigata Kuntha Yasmad iti Vaikuntha. A place where there are no kunthas. Kunthas means anxieties. A place where there are no anxieties is Vaikuntha. That is the spiritual world. No birth, no death, no disease, no old age. Eternal life, full of knowledge and bliss, in the company of God. You cannot ask for more. That's the max. And that is the highest place. Yad gatva nanivartante tad dhama paramam mama. Krishna is saying. Once you go to that place, you will never want to come back here. So, Krishna, devotee can make even hell into Vaikuntha. And we can practically see Prabhupada, he went to America. People were having a hellish life. Drugs, women. I mean, it's just horrible. They were depressed like anything. But when Prabhupada went there, those who took up the Sankirtan movement, Prabhupada said they became from hippies, they became happies. So that is the transformation of Sankirtan Yajna. Narayana para sarve nakutasthana bibhyati swargapavarga narakeshu apitulyartha darshinah. So, for a pure devotee, heaven, hell, and even liberation are the same, because in all circumstances he is just Krishna conscious. Devotees solely engaged in the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayana never fear any condition of life. For them, the heavenly planets, liberation, and the hellish planets are all the same, for such devotees are interested only in the service of the Lord. So yes, it does not matter where the devotee goes, it makes everywhere beautiful by chanting the Hare name. Tirthi kurvanti tirthani. This is actually the verse. 1. Bhavadvidha bhagavatas tirthi bhuta swayam vibho tirthi kurvanti tirthani svantasthena gadabhrita. My Lord, devotees like your good self are verily holy places personified. If holy places were a person, the devotees are there. And the devotees are verily holy places personified. Usually when one goes to a holy place, he becomes purified. But the holy place in the form of a person, which is a devotee, he goes everywhere and purifies even the worst places. Because you carry the personality of Godhead within your heart, you turn all places into places of pilgrimage. Not only does he turn all places into places of pilgrimage, but he also turns all work into devotional service. And he turns all, he makes even Shastras important. He points to the essential meaning and essential purport of all the Shastras. Shastri kurvanti shastrani. तीर्थी कुर्वन्ति तीर्थानि सुकर्मी कुर्वन्ति कर्माणि सच्छास्त्री कुर्वन्ति शास्त्राणि. This is from Narada Bhakti Sutra. Their association, that means devotee association, makes holy places holy. It makes works auspicious, and it will make the scriptures authoritative. Even scriptures become authoritative because of devotees. Why? Because when we hear, suppose for example, Prahlad Maharaj and Narasimhadev and this Hiranyakashipu, all this story, this is all mythology, where God will protect like this. But when a devotee is there, you can see how his life is protected and how he is serving the Lord unflinchingly despite all opposition, just like Prahlad Maharaj. Oh, then we'll believe in the authority of the Vedas just by looking at the example of the devotee. And not only that, from the scriptures, he will quote and he will prove the materialists wrong and establish the authority of the Vedas. The devotee can do that, the Acharya. So, scriptures become authoritative. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu predicted that in the future all towns and villages on earth, everybody will chant Hare Kṛṣṇa from every town and village. And nobody believed. But when Prabhupada did it, oh, that's actually true. So, it strengthens the authority of the Shastras itself, just by the devotee. So, such is the power of the devotee. In fact, when one goes to holy places, he becomes purified. So, what happens to his sins that he has committed before? All those sinful reactions are deposited in those holy places and he comes back purified. So now the holy places are overburdened with so much sinful reactions of all these people. So here, Ganga had this apprehension. Ganga Devi, the river Ganga, the personified Ganga. So she had this apprehension that, if I come into this world, then people will take bath in my water and leave all those sins in my water. How will I become purified of such heavy sins? Then Bhagirath, he gives answer. He says, Sadhavonyasi nahashanta brahmishtha loka pavanaha harantyagam tenga sangat teshvastehya ghabhidharihi. Bhagirath said, those who are saintly because of devotional service and are therefore in the renounced order, free from material desires, and who are pure devotees, expert in following the regulative principles mentioned in the Vedas, are always glorious and pure in behavior and are able to deliver all fallen souls. When such pure devotees bathe in your water, he is speaking to Ganga, the sinful reactions accumulated from other people will certainly be counteracted, for such devotees always keep in the core of their hearts the Supreme Personality of Godhead who can vanquish all sinful reactions. See? So when an ordinary person goes and bathes in the river Ganga, and when a pure devotee goes and bathes in the river Ganga, it's not the same thing. One person is depositing his sins there, and another person is clearing the sins from there. The pure devotee is clearing the sins from there. So externally it appears the same. You are making up, it is all same, you are just making up. Well, Shastra is there. If you don't want to believe in Shastra, that's up to you. So Shastra is saying it is different. That's why we cannot. What is that? Vaishnaver kriya mudra vignaha na bujhoy. This is the one. Yeah. Madhya 23.39. Chaitanya Charitamrita. Jar chitte Krishna prema koroye udoy tar vakya kriya mudra vijnana bhujay. Even the most learned man cannot understand the words, activities, and symptoms of a person situated in love of Godhead. So we cannot understand the activities, the words, the symptoms of a person situated in love of Godhead. That's why we calculate him. If we make the mistake of calculating such an acharya, such a great pure devotee, like an ordinary person, seeing with our ordinary vision, without understanding the subtleties and the exalted nature of his and the supramundane nature of his existence, then we will be committing an offense. Martya, na martya buddhya suyeta, sarvadeva mayo guru, acharyam mam vijaniyan navamanyeta karihichit. Śrīmad Bhāgavatam says, and Krishna himself says that one should consider the acharya as myself. And na avamanyata, you cannot insult or disrespect him. Why? Na martya buddhya suyeta. What is the number? Oh, I always confuse like so bad this thing. Na martya buddhya suyeta. Eleven 17:27. Acharya Mama. Namartya Buddha Suyeta Sarvadeva Mayaguru. One should know the Acharya as myself and never disrespect him in any way. One should not envy him, thinking him an ordinary man, for he is a representative of all the demigods. So that is the position of Śrīla Prabhupāda. And this pure devotee is not just anybody and everybody with a saffron cloth. No. He has to come in parampara. Evam parampara praptam. Imam rajarshayo viduhu. He comes in a parampara system. Authorized Vaishnava Sampradaya. There are only 4 on earth, on the surface of the earth, and he has to come from one of them. Like Prabhupada, he comes from the Brahma Sampradaya. If he doesn't come from the Sampradaya, he is useless. Sampradaya vihinaya mantrasta nishphalamata. So I think that answers the question in great detail. I hope that was helpful. Of course, we can expand upon this answer for so long and so much more, but I guess you get the idea. I think I covered most of the points. Alright, so next, Vinny Sharma Mataji. At this rate, we will not be able to complete very soon. See, we'll try to hasten up a bit. You explained about Krishna's incarnations, candle, etc. Candle example, okay. All are equally potent, but what's the significance of words partial expansion and plenary portion? If all are equally potent, why only Krishna is Bhagavan? Good question. So, plenary, the word plenary means equal. Plenary portion means his expansion of Krishna, but he has exact same powers. Now then what is this partial expansion? So partial expansion is when Krishna invests certain powers, like Shakti-Avesh Avatar, it's partial expansion. And sometimes the Lord himself comes as a partial expansion, in the sense that he only exhibits partially his 6 bhagas. So Bhagavan, the definition of Bhagavan as we know is Shannam Bhaga Itingana Aishwaryasya Samagrasya. Okay, let's go to that. It's not here. Aishwaryasya Samagrasya Viryasya Yashasya Shriya. And unfortunately, the other app, which is called Bhaktivedanta Vedabase, is now discontinued on iPad. to spend money buying that, but I can't show that anymore. It used to be, it actually is a journey of self-discovery or somewhere. So anyway, Aishwaryasya samagrasya veeryasya yashasya shriyah jnana vairagyayoscha shannam bhaga itingana. This is the definition of Bhagavan or God. God means, Bhagavan means the possessor of bhagas. Bhagavan. Van means possessor. Bhaga means opulence. So what are the opulences that God possesses? Unlimited. Parasa shaktir vividhaiva shruyate. But broadly categorized into 6 divisions, 6 opulences. What are they? Aishwarya, riches, unlimited riches. He owns everything. Samagrasya. Samagrasya means everything. There's no, not that he owns the most. No. Then who owns the rest of it? No. Everything. Samagrasya. Not that he's the richest person in our world. He's the only person who owns everything. Every other person doesn't own anything in this material or spiritual worlds. So, Aishwaryasya samagrasya, Veeryasya strength, unlimited strength, unlimited riches, unlimited strength. Yashasha, unlimited fame. Nobody is more famous than Krishna. You may say, come on, not many people know, only Indians know. No. The demigods everybody know. Okay? All the planets everybody know in the demigod section. And in the spiritual world everybody knows. And this material world is just 1/4 of the creation. 3/4 is in the spiritual world. The number of souls there are also 3 times more than in the material world. And when we say material world, we're not talking about just this earth. Talking about millions and trillions of planets in this one universe, and millions and trillions and unlimited numbers of such universes, all put together in this material world, and that is 1/4 of the total manifestation of Krishna's energy. And the rest 3/4 is in the spiritual world, and therefore the population is 3/4. 75% of the population is in the spiritual world, 25% is in the material world, and everyone in the spiritual world knows him. In the material world, so many people know him. At least in the heavenly planets and the higher planetary systems, they know. Lower planets, not so much. So very few people only do not know him. He's the most famous. Nobody can match that fame. So Yashasha, Shriya, unlimited beauty. Madan Mohan, he's enchanter of even Cupid. Kandarpa Kotikamaniya, millions and trillions of Cupids cannot match his beauty. Yashasha Shriya, Jnana, unlimited knowledge. That is also an opulence. Unlimited knowledge and ever fresh knowledge. Whatever he speaks will always be good for all time, all places, in all situations. So that is unlimited knowledge. And also, even this Bhagavad Gita, for example, 700 verses, that sounds like limited. But how many other times you read, you will find newer and newer and newer meanings in that. That is unlimited. Even if he speaks only one verse. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu only spoke Shikshashtaka. Of course, he spoke many teachings to Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and asked him to expand. But personally, his teachings were the Shikshashtaka. In that, the entire essence of the entire Vedic literature is there. What to speak? His name, Hare Kṛṣṇa Mahamantra, has the potency of all the Vedas. That's why it is said the one who is chanting Hare Kṛṣṇa is said to have already undergone all Vedic ritualistic studies, sacrifices, austerities, everything. So, everything is condensed in this Mahamantra. So that is the, how unlimited he is. See? Unlimited knowledge. And unlimited renunciation. He is not attached to anything. Although he appears to be attached to his devotees, he is attached to his devotees. But only for his devotees' welfare. He is not attached to, he is supremely renounced. Nobody can be more renounced than Krishna. So, that is Bhagavan. One who displays all these 6 in fullness. That is complete, Sampurna, Shadaishwarya Purna. Shadaishwarya Purna means he displayed all 6 opulences in complete, infinite fullness. That is Bhagavan. Krishna does that, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did that. Now, Ramachandra Bhagavan, he exhibited himself as Supreme Personality of Godhead, but not Sampurna. What was necessary, what was the mission at that time, he exhibited that much. Buddha, for example, he exhibited the opulence of knowledge. He did not, and also renunciation, but not of, say, what is this called? Aishwarya, wealth. In fact, he rejected wealth, right? He was a king, but you see, so in Parshuram, he exhibited virya more. So according to the mission, he exhibits as much as is required at the time. That does not mean he's only that much powerful. He is always supremely powerful, but that he exhibited that much. The exhibition is only that much. So, for example, if I am charging my phone, yeah, so how much electricity would it need? I do not know. I do not know. But does that mean that the powerhouse has only power to charge my phone? Is that all the power is? No. I can put anything. I can put big things. Still, it will be, the power will be sufficient. The powerhouses have unlimited power, so to speak. So Krishna has unlimited power, but how much is necessary for that particular mission, he will exhibit that much. So that's why it is called partial expansion, because that much is what he displayed. So that's why partial expansion. Otherwise, all are दीपार्चरे वहि दशान्तरमभ्युपेत्य दीपायते विवृत हेतु समान dharma. So that is the explanation for this. But Krishna, when he came, he exhibited everything in fullness. Everything. Like even Ramachandra Bhagavan, he had ekapatni vrata. He had one wife. But that's not, Lakshmi Sahasra Shata Sambrahma Sevyamanam. Unlimited means he has to have unlimited Lakshmi serving him, only one. So he did not limit himself in Krishna pastimes. Whereas Ramachandra, he can also have unlimited. Nothing stopping him. But he did not. To teach some example on how to, be contented. He, and also to show that, even one wife, you see how much problem is there. Why do you want so many wives? So he wanted to teach many lessons in human society, other than being a king and the supreme Lord himself. He wanted to teach many important lessons and live the life of an ideal human being. Hanuman was throwing all the stones and jumping here and jumping there and bringing mountains. Ram just walked. Apparently Ram did not do much. Like a human being, he walked. But actually, because of his potency, the whole Ram Setu, the bridge was floating. You see? And Hanuman, where did he get the strength from? From Ram. But Krishna sometimes highlights his devotees more than himself. Like Krishna did not fight in Mahabharata, but he let Arjuna fight and get the glory. So, like that. But the Lord is always full. He sometimes exhibits, sometimes does not. Even in Krishna, you see the classic example, that Kurukshetra war. At that time, he did not exhibit his fighting power, although he was extremely strong, virya, strength. But he did not exhibit at that time in that Leela. So, in a similar way, in many incarnations, he did not fully exhibit all his potency, but he is always full of all potencies. But he displayed that much according to the time, place, circumstance. Alright, so that is that. I'll try to, let's see how much we can condense this. Okay, Vinay Sharma, Mataji. Prabhu, I was in ISKCON previously. There, one Prabhu explained once that we should not read Prabhupada's books. We have to study them. Some people say that we should not write on Bhagavad Gita, etc. But Prabhupada used to use a red-colored pen to highlight, etc. So he broke that myth. We should also highlight, maybe add extra point in the space given on sides, but we should not cut the words. influenced by that, I had also started using highlighter, pens, etc. So I wanted to confirm it once. Can we really use pens on Bhagavad Gita, Prabhu? So I always was taught that we should not use, but you are saying that Prabhupada used some red colored pen. I would like to actually see that. I can always have a notebook, a study notebook, and I can write my notes there. And I can, even do a mind map or whatever. So study notebooks are important because, and study them, don't read them. It's a good thing, but there's no harm in just reading also. In the beginning, actually, everybody just reads. Yes, and eventually you have to study them, yes. And also that study, dadami buddhi yogam tam, Krishna has to give the intelligence in order for us to understand. So we have to study and also do service. And then that service will enable us to understand that subject even better. See? So regarding this highlighters and all this, I wouldn't personally write anything on the Bhagavad Gita or highlight. I would, have a separate notebook where I, write my notes. And actually, I do digitally, not so much on paper. But some people may want to do on paper. But you're saying that Prabhupada did that with a red ink pen. So I would like to actually see that. That will be interesting to know. Even if you just read, even if you don't study, because study is always good. Of course, study is good. Now, for some people, it's very daunting. Yeah, even reading is very daunting for them. So for them, start reading first. And those who can, yes, actually, we have to study. We have to study, and when you start studying closely, you will just find gems and gems and gems. And of course, it depends also on our service attitude. It's very, very important. Otherwise, we cannot understand actually. Alright, so Om Namo Narayanaya. This person is a cryptic person. Sometimes praising, sometimes insulting. I think one of these comments was a little bit. Let's see. Om Namo Narayanaya. Is the Kama Gayatri Upasanam of Śrīla Prabhupāda's second initiation still considered to be Trikala Sandhya Vandanam because Krishna Kripamurti rejected Agnihotradi Nityanaimittika Karma. Agnihotradi Nityanaimittika Karma, which includes Savitri Gayatri Mantra Upasanam. Being a lapsed Smartha Gayatri Upasak yourself, it is very different, no? Lapsed Smartha Gayatri Upasak. I take that as a compliment though. I don't know how you meant it, but I take that as a compliment because Smartha is useless. Without Bhagavad initiation of a proper bona fide spiritual master coming in the disciplic succession, all mantras, everything is useless. Sampradaya Vihinaya mantraste nishphalamata. And what is the meaning of mantra, receiving Gayatri mantra and receiving this even knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, Śrīmad Bhāgavatam? How we know parampara is actually working? You actually understand and you surrender to Krishna. Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavan mam prapadyate vāsudeva sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabha. What is that? Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja. So these are the end of knowledge, to surrender to Krishna, sharanagati. And one who has come to that, he does not have to do any of these ritualistic ceremonies. Let's look at what Madhavendra Puri has said. Okay? Because I guess you come from Smartha background. Okay, so here it is. Sandhya vandana bhadramastu bhavato भोः स्नानतुभ्यं नमो भो देवाः पितरश्च तर्पणविधौ नाहं क्षमः क्षम्यताम् यत्र क्वापि निषद्य यादवकुलोत्तमस्य कंसद्विषाः स्मारं स्मारमघं हरामि तदलं मन्ये किमन्येन मे. O my prayers 3 times a day, all glory to you. Sandhyavandanam, all glory to you. O bathing, I offer my obeisances unto you. Namaskar. O demigods, devatas, O forefathers, pitras, please excuse me for my inability to offer you my respects. Now wherever I sit, I can remember the great descendant of the Yadu dynasty, Krishna, the enemy of Kamsa, and thereby I can free myself from all sinful bondage. I think this is sufficient for me. So, Krishna consciousness is sufficient. So, this Gayatri mantra we received from the spiritual master. Kama Gayatri is there. There are many, few Gayatri mantras that we chant. So, Agnihotradi Nitya Naimittika Karma. So, this Agnihotradi, all these things, these are referring to Karma Kanda rituals. We, as followers of the Bhagavat system, Vaishnavism, Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, Kevala Vishar Bhanda. So, all Karma Kanda rituals and Jnana Kanda, speculation, mental speculation, these are 2 pots of poison. They may get one to heavenly life, but not much more than that. This Agnihotra sacrifices, they will only get to that only. They do not give us the love of Godhead, no. And those who are smartas, this is their problem. You see, this is what they think. Yamimam pushpitam vacham pravadantya vipaschitah vedavadarataah parthan nanyadastiti vadinah कामात्मानः स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रिया विशेष बहुलां भोगैश्वर्य गतिं प्रति. What is that? Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so on, so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. So this is the Karma Kanda section, and we give it up completely. We have nothing to do with that, because it's a useless endeavor. So what is actually useful is Bhakti Yoga. So in that, some of the things may resemble Karma Kanda. For example, this Gayatri mantra chanting may resemble like Karma Kanda, but ours is completely different. So we are aiming at complete love of Godhead. All the Kama Gayatri and all this is actually aiming at love of Godhead, nothing to do with the Karma Kanda section. So it still holds true that Agnihotrade Nitya Naimittika Karma, we actually give it up. Lapsed Gayatri Upasak yourself, it is very different, no? Smarta Gayatri Upasaka. So you also should become, take initiation into Bhagavat line. Everybody, whole world. Jeever Swarup Hoy Krishner Nitya Das. We are all servants of Krishna. We have no other identity. So unless one comes to understand this, he is just wasting his life. So one has to come to this point. If he has not, his knowledge is not mature. Krishna is saying Alpa Buddhi, Alpa Medhasa, man of small knowledge, you see. What is that? Avipaschitaha, not very intelligent. Okay. Next again, Om Namo Narayanaya. This is quite a long. Let's see if I can read this in time. The impression I get from Neo Gaudiyas, like your good self. Neo Gaudiyas. What does Neo Gaudiyas means? Neo. Wait a minute. Neo Gaudiyas. A new and different form of something that existed in the past. A new style kind of. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. Neo Gaudiyas. What is this nonsense? So I don't agree with that. The impression I get from Neo Gaudiyas like your good self is that, see, I don't find it very sincere, this questioning, this kind of language. Anyway, let's see. Is that the mlechas of Kali Yuga burden the earth for not following Vedic niyama? And hence only some sort of global collapse can restore the rina. But how can this be when in the Bhakti Vedanta Bhashya to the Grantharaj Śrīmad Bhāgavatam Sapta Skandha Ekadashadhyaya, that means 711 Trimshattama Shloka. So I think 7:11:35. It is stated, the Antyajas, yes, the men of the lower classes are accustomed to stealing, drinking, and illicit sex, but that is not considered sinful. This is corroborated by Śrīman Manusmriti. Panchamodhyaya na मांसभक्षणे दोषो न मध्ये न च मैथुने प्रवृत्तिरेषा भूतानां निवृत्तिस्तु महाफला. There is no sin in the eating of meat, nor in wine, nor in sexual intercourse. Such is the natural way of living beings, but abstention is conducive to great rewards. Is it okay to be proactive in trying to get married, like approaching women and getting to know them? I don't know what actually is the whole point of your questioning. Okay, so let's get to one by one. Neo Gaudiyas. That is insulting talk. So please refrain from that when you are asking anything. Pariprashnena. The inquiry should be submissive, not sarcastic and semi-sarcastic or neo-sarcastic, whatever you may call it. So I don't want that language here. And if you did not mean it, then I don't know why you use those words. I don't know. So the mlechas of Kali Yuga burden the earth for not following Vedic niyama. Okay, let me tell you that the Brahmanas are actually the worst in Kali Yuga. So-called Brahmin, Vedic and born Brahmins are actually the worst of all. Worse than even the mlechas and yavanas and chandalas. Why? Because they are supposed to actually follow, uphold and teach others these things, but they themselves have fallen from their position. And now they are masquerading as Brahmanas, but actually they are Antyajas. They are worst of the lot. So this there is a verse in Varaha Purana. It says, Rakshasim Kalimashritya Jayante Brahmayonishu Badhante Shrotriyan Krishan Brahma Kula Utpanne Badhante Shrotriyam Krishan. This is from Varaha Purana. Those who are Rakshasas of the previous ages, they take birth in Brahman families in Kali Yuga, and they actually go against the real Dharma. And that is exactly what is happening in today's. And so-called proud Brahmanas, Smarta Brahmanas, they have zero regards. If somebody is actually taking to Vaishnavism, they are not happy to seeing them. They call them still Mlechas and Yavanas. No, when one has taken to Krishna consciousness, he is no more a Mlecha or Yavana. He is a Vaishnava, better than even Brahmana. Immediately. You don't have any faith in this kind of statements? Let me show you. All these antyajas. Let me. Okay. किरातहोणान्ध्रपुलिन्दपुल्कषा आभीरशुम्भा यवनाः खसादयः येऽन्ये च पापा यदपाश्रयाश्रयाः शुध्यन्ति तस्मै प्रभविष्णवे नमः. Kiratahona, Andhra, Pulinda, Pulkasha, Abhira, Shumbha, Yavana, members of the Khasa races and even others addicted to sinful acts, can be purified by taking shelter of the devotees of the Lord due to His being the supreme power. I beg to offer my respectful obeisances unto Him. By the way, when Andhra is also here. Okay? So all these people, this is different classes of Antijas, they are actually very fallen people. And they, if they take shelter of the devotees of the Lord, they completely become free from all sinful reactions. And let's look at this. Satsangena hi daiteya yatu dhana mrigaha khagaha gandharvapsaraso nagaha siddhascharana guhyakaha vidyadhara manusyeshu vaishyaha shudraha striyontyjaha rajastamah prakritayas tasmin yuge yuge bahavo matpadam praptas tvashtra kayadhavadayah वृषपर्वा बलिर्बाणो मयश्चाथ विभीषणः सुग्रीवो हनुमान् वृक्षो गजो गृध्रो वणिक्पथः व्याधः कुब्जा व्रजे गोप्यो यज्ञपत्न्यस्तथा परे. In every yuga, many living entities entangled in the modes of passion and ignorance gain the association of my devotees. Thus, such living entities such as the Daityas, Rakshasas, birds, beasts, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Nagas, Siddhas, Charanas, Guhyakas and Vidyadharas, as well as such lower class human beings as the Vaishyas, Shudras, women and others, were able to achieve my supreme abode. Vritrasura, Prahlad Maharaj and others like him also achieved my abode by association with my devotees, as did personalities such as Vrishaparva, Bali Maharaj, Banasura, Maya, Vibhishana, Sugriva, Hanuman, Jambavan, Gajendra, Jatayu, Tuladhara, Dharmavyatha, Kubja, the gopis in Vrindavan and the wives of the Brahmanas who were performing the sacrifice. So anybody can go to him. We have the example of Narad Muni purifying the Antyaja, the Mrigari, who was so fallen that he was half killing animals. In an instant he purified him. That is the power of pure devotee. You don't understand what is the power of a pure devotee. The smarta is, there is no purifying. Pranam punāti sakulam natu bhurimana. What is that? Viprādviಷಡ್ಗುಣಯುತಾದರವಿಂದನಾಭ ಪಾದಾರವಿಂದ ವಿಮುಖಾಶ್ವಪಚಂ ವರಿಷ್ಠಂ ಮನ್ಯೇ ತದರ್ಪಿತ ಮನೋವಚನೆ ಹಿತಾರ್ಥ ಪ್ರಾಣಂ ಪುನಾತಿ ಸಕುಲಂ ನತು ಭೂರಿಮಾನಃ. If a Brahmana has all 12 of the Brahmanical qualifications, as they are stated in the book called Sanat Sujata, but is not a devotee and is averse to the lotus feet of the Lord, he is certainly lower than a devotee who is a dog eater but who has dedicated everything, mind, words, activities, wealth and life to the Supreme Lord. Such a devotee is better than such a Brahmana because the devotee can purify his whole family, whereas a so-called Brahmana in a position of false prestige cannot purify even himself. You see that? So, Vaishnava is way above the Brahmana. Yeah. Should not make this mistake. This Devahuti is also saying, you see. 2 verses, 333, 6 and 7. Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. Yannamadheya shravananukirtanad yat prahvanad yat smaranad apikvachit Shvadopi sadyah savanaya kalpate kutah punaste bhagavan udarshanat. To say nothing of the spiritual advancement of persons who see the Supreme Person face to face. Even a person born in a family of dog eaters immediately becomes eligible to perform Vedic sacrifices if he once utters the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or chants about him, hears about his pastimes, offers him obeisances, or even remembers him. You see? Immediately becomes eligible to perform Vedic sacrifices if he once utters the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and chants about him. What is the power? You see, the holy name. Aho badashvapachoto gariyan yajjihvagre vartate nama tubhyam te pustapaste juhuvuhu sasnurarya brahmanuchurnama grinanti yete. Oh, how glorious are they whose tongues are chanting your holy name. Even if born in the families of dog eaters, such persons are worshipable. Persons who chant the holy name of your Lordship must have executed all kinds of austerities and fire sacrifices and achieved all the good manners of the Aryans. To be chanting the holy name of your Lordship, they must have bathed at holy places of pilgrimage, studied the Vedas, and fulfilled everything required. How much evidence do we need? Huh? There's so much more evidence I can show you. But you get the idea. Huh? So the mlechas are, okay, let's see what is. I will put back again that question. The mlechas of Kali Yuga burden the earth for not following Vedic niyama, and hence only some sort of global collapse can restore the rina. But how can this be when in the So, okay, then the next part of it, your question. The Antijas, the men of the lower classes, are accustomed to stealing, drinking, and illicit sex, but that is not considered sinful. It is corroborated by this Manusmriti. There is no sin in the eating of meat, wine, and sexual intercourse, such as a natural way, but abstention is conducive to great rewards. No. So now, when it is said that there is no sin, that means when it is followed properly. There is pravritti marga, nivritti marga. Now, in the pravritti marga, these things are allowed under restriction. We are talking about such restrictive meat eating or intake of wine or sexual intercourse. So, because people have a natural tendency for that, there are rules that regulate these things. But then, if you can give up all of them, that is the best. That is the meaning of this. You are taking the translation from some person who does not even know what he's talking about. We cannot understand like that. We should hear the translation of a proper acharya. Natural way means, yes, you see, I'll show you. Naitatra chodana. Natural way means it is a natural inclination of the conditioned soul to go into these things. 11.5.11 of Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. लोके व्यवायामिषमद्य सेवा नित्या हि जन्तोर्न हि तत्र चोदना व्यवस्थितिस्तेषु विवाहयज्ञा सुराग्रहैरासु निवृत्तिरिष्टा. In this material world, the conditioned soul is always inclined to sex, meat eating, and intoxication. Therefore, religious scriptures never actually encourage such activities. Although the scriptural injunctions provide for sex through sacred marriage, for meat eating through sacrificial offerings, and for intoxication through the acceptance of ritual cups of wine, such ceremonies are meant for the ultimate purpose of renunciation. And going back to this verse here. Among the mixed classes known as Sankara, those who are not thieves are known as Antevasai or Chandalas, dog eaters, and they also have their hereditary customs. Brahmanas, well conversant in Vedic knowledge, have given their verdict that in every age, yuga, the conduct of different sections of people according to their material modes of nature is auspicious both in this life and after death. If one acts in his profession according to his position in the modes of nature and gradually gives up these activities, he attains the Nishkama stage. My dear king, if an agricultural field is cultivated again and again, the power of its production decreases, and whatever seeds are sown there are lost. Just as drops of ghee on a fire never extinguish the fire, but a flood of ghee will. Similarly, overindulgence in lusty desires mitigates such desires entirely. So, of course, this requires some explanation. So, if one is given over indulgence in this thing, it's not that it actually gives up, mitigates completely, but he has a good opportunity to become detestful about it, and that in that detestful attitude, if he takes up devotional service, that is a plus. So, you see, similarly, those who are too sinful and have thus been born in the lower classes are allowed to enjoy sinful activities fully. For thus, there is a chance that these activities will become detestful to them and they will get an opportunity to be purified. You see, the hippies fully indulging in them, but then, after that, they got purified because of some detestful, And then in that by itself is not enough. The contact with the pure devotee is needed. But when a pure devotee contact is made, if I am in a detestful condition about material life, that will help me in taking up the instruction of the pure devotee better. So in that way it will help. Yeah? And of course we have this yasyayal lakshanam proktam pumso varnabhivyanjakam yad anyatrapi drishyeta tattenaiva vinirdishet. If one shows the symptoms of being a brahmana, kshatriya, vaishya or shudra as described above, even if he has appeared in a different class, he should be accepted according to those symptoms of classification. You see? Very, very clear. Smartha thing is not even supported here. Okay? Then, such is the natural, but abstention is conducive for good. Is it okay to be proactive in trying to get married? If one wants to marry, marry. Nobody is stopping. But don't think that is the solution to lust. No, that is not. Marriage is not a solution to lust. It is a license so that senses can be engaged that way for a while, but then take responsibility for it and lead a life of Krishna consciousness. So it is responsible this thing position. So, but if one can give it up, that's best. Like approaching women and getting to know them. No, that is not our culture. We don't need to get to approach women and get to know them. And do what? Have sex with them. Is that matravat paradareshu? You have to look at every woman as a mother, other than one's wife. Matravat paradareshu. Others' wives as mothers. In fact, every woman as mother. That is the thing. Not like approaching women and getting to know them. Do what? This is all frivolous talk. It is sinful. It will lead to sinful life. So, you don't need to be any proactive to trying to get married. Actually, if you can be proactive in avoiding it, that is better. But if you cannot, then okay, accept one wife and then be responsible and carry on Krishna consciousness. Okay, so next. Parshuram Das. Okay, so what is the meaning of part and parcel? Does that mean we are integral part of the Lord? Some places it is mentioned as fragmented part. So fragmented part means we are eternally a fragment. A fragment is a part of this thing, but it is separated. So we are eternally fragmental parts. We are related to the Lord, but eternally we are fragmented also. We are always separate from the Lord. We are never merging with the Lord. And then now we are separate and then again we will merge. No such coalescence. What is that? Coalescence. Coalescence means two things and then they join together to become one thing. Like, two bubbles, they come together and become one big bubble. That kind of thing doesn't happen. We don't coalesce. That is called coalescence. So we don't coalesce with the Lord. We are always fragmented. We are always fragmented. Then only this bhakti exists. It's a transaction between Bhagavan and Bhakta. That transaction will never stop, even after liberation. And he will eternally, engage in such service. And in many places it is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita 2:12, 2:23, 2:24, and even in Bhagavatam 10:87, 30. So many actually. 12:5, 12:2, Bhagavad Gita. So all these things. So we are part and parcel means we are inseparable from the Lord. We cannot be independent of the Lord, but at the same time we are separate from the Lord. That means we are not one with the Lord. We are an individual human being, not human, individual living being. But we are completely inseparable in the sense we cannot be independent of the Lord at any time. Eko bahunam yo vidadhati kaman. He, one person, is maintaining all the rest of the multitude of living entities. Okay, next question.
Who are you asking about?
Google is asking, who are you asking about? We are asking about the living entity, part and parcel. Okay, where it is mentioned that we are in the spiritual world once upon a time, no one knows except Krishna, and due to misuse of free will, we were separated to this material world. Where is it mentioned? अपि स्मरसि चात्मानम् अविज्ञातसखं सखे हित्वा मां पदमन्विच्छन् भौमभोगरतो गतः. The Brahmana continued. Actually, this is an allegorical story where the Supreme Lord is actually speaking to the living entity, but it is an allegorical story where a Brahmana is actually here the Supreme Lord. My dear friend, even though you cannot immediately recognize me, can't you remember that in the past you had a very intimate friend? Unfortunately, you gave up my company and accepted a position as enjoyer of this material world. 4:28:53 Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. Next also is important. Hamsavaham chatvam charya sakhayo manasayano abhūtāmantarāvaukah sahasra parivatsaran. My dear gentle friend, both you and I are exactly like two swans. We live together in the same heart, which is just like the Manasa lake. Although we have been living together for many thousands of years, we are still far away from our original home. So the Paramatma is always following us in every single body, and he is saying, speaking to the living entity, saying, we have been living together for many thousands of years, but we are very still far away from our original home. So our original home is there, and then we came from here, came from there to here. And of course there is this Brihad Bhagavatamrita, which I cannot show now because their other app is gone. I have to show the computer screen, which I can, but a little bit of gymnastics. Where Krishna says, "Oh, I have been waiting for you to come back." So those verses are there in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita. I hope you remember them. Let me see if I can show them here. How does it start? Ihe haiva. So let me 1 second. Bear with me here for a while. Okay. I can show you this. Maybe make it a little bigger. Brihad Bhagavatamrita 2483. अस्मिन्नस्मिन्निहेहैव भवे भावी मदुन्मुखः इत्याशया तवात्यन्तं नर्तितोऽस्मि सदाज्ञवत्. For so long, hope had me dancing like a fool, thinking perhaps in this lifetime, or this, or this, or this, he will finally turn his face towards me. Krishna is saying like this. So, of course, all these verses are there. You showed me no mercy as I considered this, and as I considered this, I grew impatient, full of anxiety to receive your favor. So I transgressed my eternal code of conduct and arranged for you to take your current birth. So, now you see. Today you have at last fulfilled the desire I have harbored for so long. Please nourish your happiness and mind by staying here forever. Please do not go now. So he's asking, now you have returned back to the spiritual world. Krishna is actually talking to the soul who has fallen down and then now returned back to the spiritual world. So the conversation of Krishna, of Viṣṇu with this person is going on here when he came back to the spiritual world. Please nourish your happiness and mind by staying here forever. So, means this is our original home. I mean, like that there are others also. That's why Prabhupada always said back to Godhead. He did not say let's go to Godhead. No, back to Godhead. We are from there, now we have to go back there. Back to Godhead. Alright. What happened now? Okay. Language just acts weird. Okay. Okay, so that is that. Actually, Bhaktivinoda Thakur very nicely says, Bhuliya tumhare samsare asya peye nana vidha vyatha. So, I have forgotten you and I have come here and now I am struggling here. So like that he starts his Sharanagati book, the whole song book. So, we have forgotten him. Okay, next. Again Parashuram. Krishna declares that once one goes to his abode, never returns. Isn't it contradictory to the fact that since time immemorial we were separated from the Lord or spiritual world? No, this time we go, we will not return because we will be remembering the lesson that we learned in this material world and therefore we will not return. But we have the chance to return. That's why just now you saw that Brihad Bhagavatamrita, please stay here forever. That means he can still choose to go back. But only an idiot would do that. Because after having experienced all that suffering, Krishna gives us the memory to remember all that we have gone through and then we will never want to go through that again. Go away from the Lord. That's why Maya, before we become perfect, Maya will test. We are not admitted into the spiritual world. We will never be admitted into the spiritual world until we come to the point of complete repentance for everything that we have done and zero desire, zero trace of any material desire. Unless we come to that, we will not be admitted into the spiritual world. There is zero chance. Vivek. I am studying engineering. How to manage study and spiritual life, Prabhu, and how to overcome Maya. Give up your studies. Become spiritual. That is how you manage. See, there is a nice song, Vidyar Vilase by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, condemning this material education. Okay, now you are doing your studies or what. I don't really care about how you perform in those studies, because that actually has no bearing in your life, in the sense that at the end of life, by Yamaraj will not judge what we have studied, what degree we have. He is least bothered about that. He says, those who chant the holy name, don't even go near them. That is the criterion. So, what is the use of all this? Jada Vidya Jatam Mayar Vaibhav. Tomar Bhajane Badha. It is an impediment to your service. Krishna. He is praying to Krishna like this. Vidyar Vilase. Katainu Kala. So, you must study that song. The Sharanagati book of Bhaktivinoda Thakur is very important actually. Very, very beautiful songs, very reflective, very instructive songs are there. This managed studying and spiritual life, oh yeah, nowadays, I mean, you wake up and you chant first and then everything you do in the morning. And after that you go to school and finish with it and then wait for the degree to finish and then after that please leave it now. What is that? What is this education? So important. This is not education. That is just some skill. We are brainwashed by this so-called Western system, because they need slaves to make money. So they say you are engineer. Well, nothing but Shudra. You are a Shudra basically. That's what they want you to become. And then they will make money off you. So it is designed, the whole education system is designed to churn workers for them. So we are not, and nowadays they are pushing all kind of agendas, transgenderism and all. These are all going on in schools nowadays. So Prabhupada called it slaughterhouse education. I hope you don't know this. Slaughterhouse education. I think it's 1122, is it? The whole system of education is geared to sense gratification. And if a learned man thinks it over, he sees that the children of this age are being intentionally sent to the slaughterhouses of so-called education. Learned men therefore must be cautious of this age, and if they at all want to cross over the dangerous ocean of Kali, they must follow in the footsteps of the sages of Naimisharanya and accept Sudha Goswami or his bona fide representative as the captain of the ship. The ship is the message of Lord Sri Krishna in the shape of Bhagavad Gita or Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. So this is education. You want to manage what? Study and spiritual life. You study Bhagavad Gita, that is how you manage. You have to lose interest in all this other thing. It's useless actually. Why don't you spend your life surrendering to Krishna and then preach this message to others? That is the most glorious job. Most glorious job. Indians, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu already said to us, Bharat bhumit manusya janma hoile jar janma sarthak kare karo paropakar. Indians have to make their life successful and preach to the rest of the world. So if you become dedicated devotee, then after that preach to the rest of the world. If you are doing a degree or something, finish your degree, whatever it is. I don't really care about that. Because before you finish, there will be so many distractions. One girl will come and your life is finished. And there can be many things that can happen. And we do not know time, how long we have in this life, we do not know. So this education system is actually a stumbling block in our spiritual advancement, honestly. And it's not really education, honestly, it is just indoctrination. Many of the things that we learn as facts are actually not even facts. If you want to learn facts, science, geography, history, study Bhagavatam, study Bhagavad Gita, study Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is history, this is geography, this is everything is there. All science, biology, chemistry, everything is there. Time, relativity, and the most important subject, Atma Tattvam, the science of the soul. This what is that? The Supreme Soul, Bhagavan. Everything is described. How can we understand why with science or engineering, whatever, and we don't take into account God, who is the creator of everything? How can we learn something without God? Devoid of God, connection with God. How is it possible? How will we ever understand everything, anything at all like that? Because it is coming from God and it has a purpose why it was created. So we have to understand those purposes. What is the real purpose of our life? Who are we? These are the questions. Then one is actually educated. Otherwise, one is illiterate. He can have PhD. We consider him illiterate. PhD, permanent head damage. That's what is going to happen. That's what is happening in this. What is that? Education system. Permanent head damage. And heart also damage. Why? Because we become more and more hard-hearted towards God. That is what is this so-called education. Illiterates. PhDs are all illiterates. I'm telling you. Unless he is God conscious, he is an illiterate. He doesn't even know who he is. Illiterate means what? He doesn't even know his name, or he may know his name verbally but cannot write, cannot sign. He cannot read, write. So, if I do not know who I am I not only just an illiterate, I am a mad fellow. At least an illiterate person, he knows who he is, materially speaking, and he knows his name at least. We don't even know whom we belong, where we belong, who we are. We are not even illiterates. PhDs are all mad people. Permanent head damage, something wrong in the head. Only those who are devotees, they are actually educated. You must be firmly convinced of this fact. No looking back, no doubting of this. See, we are learning here Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam. These are not for just like, I study engineering on the side and another side I will study from Bhagavad Gita and I will manage and balance both. No. If you are reading Bhagavad Gita, you have to understand, you have to be convinced that this other thing is a useless thing I am doing. I am wasting my time here. This engineering, all these things. That is the realization you should get if you are reading Bhagavad Gita. Not that I have to manage. Good thing is, I'm hoping, I'm just assuming here that you are a student. Yeah, I'm studying, okay. So, you don't have a family. That's a good deal. You don't get into this. Become brahmachari. You're not bound now. Now is the time to understand. Yeah. So, for those who are looking for a balanced answer, how to manage this and that, I'm not the right person. I hate to answer that question in that way. Because after having understood the value of material education and the value of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam education, it's worlds apart. Even speaking of the science that the so-called universities are proclaiming to teach, even in those subjects, we are better. Far better. These scientists do not even know what they're talking about. They don't even know what they're talking about. Talking rubbish, like mad fellows. Permanent head damage. Okay. Radhika Sakhi Mataji. Regarding home deity worship, are the rules more relaxed for householders? I understand we should ideally keep only photos, but if we keep Jagannath deities, is it alright to make one offering a day, or should it be as per temple standards? You can't do like temple standards, seven times a day and all that. But one time you eat only that the whole day. If you do that, then it's okay, because whatever you eat, you must offer. Yeah, you cannot offer as many times as in the temple. But relaxed, I don't like that word. Because God is God. Krishna is Krishna. If you have Jagannath deities, then offer properly. You should always do the best for the Lord. It's not that householder, relax, chillax. You know, Lord will understand. No, I'm in the house only. Arey, householders are the one 70%, 75% chance of going back to Godhead is finished. They are the dangerous danger. They are in the danger zone. They are the ones who should be more than what is it, alert. So anyway, in Grahastha life, it is not that we cannot follow all these things to the standards of the temple. Certainly, the main focus should be on Shravanam Kirtanam and simple offering. Yeah, of course, the standards are much simpler in the house. That doesn't mean you know I just do whatever I like. I should still follow. I mean, all the offering standards and everything. I mean, the cleanliness, the everything, how we would do in the temple. So that's how we should do, even at home. Even that one offering we have to do properly. All right. So next. Okay. Oh, this is like I have to like sit straight. Okay. When singing Vaishnava songs, we follow those from our sampradaya. How do we verify songs from other sampradayas whether they are all right to sing? Also, are quotations from Puranas all right to sing if we don't find mention of those exact lines in Śrīla Prabhupāda's books? For example, there might be some hymns of glorification mentioned in Shvetashvatara Upanishad which are not exactly mentioned in our books, but the scripture is authoritative, so can those be accepted? Asking because sometimes we need these references to answer questions such as prove the existence of Goloka, which is not mentioned in Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, unlike Vaikuntha. I mean, you can quote these things, you can quote these things if you know the reference. Like, Zakir Naik video, rebuttal of Zakir Naik by Nimanithai Prabhu. He quoted so many scriptures which are not found in Prabhupada's books. But you see, the thing is, we will understand them if we understand Prabhupada. If we have been studying his books and we understand by Prabhupada's mercy his books, then even if we see these occasionally, these kind of references, we can understand them. But it's not that we should particularly go and study and delve into this. No needed, not needed. We just can study a Prabhupada's books. References sometimes can be drawn. Sometimes some piece of evidence is required to be drawn from somewhere, and that's another thing. And but otherwise, of course, Brahma Samhita has Goloka, but sometimes people don't accept Smriti. Then we will ask them to shut up. That's all. Who are they to dictate what terms, what rules we have to follow? Smriti, Shruti, everything is important. And why Puranas are not important? Yeah? In fact, Puranas are more important than the Vedas. That verse is also there. We have quoted that. In the Zakir Naik video also it was quoted by Nimanitha Prabhu. That's where actually I found that. So, it is very important. So, if they don't accept Brahma Samhita, ask them to get lost. No? Who are they? Yeah? Talking nonsense. They don't know anything. Simply talk. So, we don't accept this kind of nonsense. So, anyway, yeah, even if you want to quote from Shvetashvatara Upanishad or whichever, Gopal Tapani Upanishad, fine. I mean, there are actually some quotes from those Upanishads also in our books. That is also there. But then, your first part, when singing Vaishnava songs, we follow those from our Sampradaya. How do we verify songs from other Sampradayas? Well, there are some famous ones at least, like Mukundamala Stotra is by Kulashekara Alvar, and there is the Mohamudgara by Shankaracharya, and there is Stotra Ratna by Yamunacharya, well known compositions, and Bilumangal Thakur's Krishna Karnamrita, Geet Govinda of Jayadev Goswami. So, I mean, there are notable prayers which are there, there are other prayers which we may not know completely, but some are well known. You know, if you go and interact with the devotees of that sampradaya, they somebody who's learned, then they might know what is written by whom. But anyway, we don't need to do that much of a research. Everything is there in Prabhupada's books, and we have enough songs. I mean, we have not memorized. Let's take Sharanagati of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and memorize those songs, because those songs are so beautiful and full of deep meaning. And actually, it will teach us how to become devotee. Sharanagati, Prarthana of Narottam Das Thakur. These books are priceless treasures. So I am just reading about the glories of Sharanagati book, that song book, and how actually Prabhupada wrote that. And I think I shared some of it, that 6 aspects of surrender, how he wrote songs on each of those aspects of surrender. Anukulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam rakshishati iti vishwaso goptritve varanam tatha atmanikshepakarpanye shadvidha sharanagati. So these 6 things, and songs on each of those. So it's very beautiful, and it teaches us how to actually think like a Vaishnava, and how to even pray to Krishna, how to consider ourselves, how to consider the Lord, and how to actually, what is Sharanagati, how to approach, how to offer ourselves to Krishna. It's very, very meaningful. I mean, this is very powerful. So those songs itself, I mean, and of course there are other many prayers from Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavad Gita. So many stutis are there. We can learn them, and we have like Mukundamala Stotra and others, Stotra Ratnam, Govinda Damodara Madhava Stotra, and then we have the Mohamudgara. Many, I mean, we have unlimited. Our books itself, we don't have enough time to memorize all the shlokas, all the important shlokas. We should not get into this trap of reading too much or finding too much. For a particular, sometimes it is necessary, maybe, a particular point which has to be clarified. Okay, we can just go there and then pinpoint and then find it out and come out. But to delve in those books and like study those, and leaving aside Prabhupada's books and studying those on a long-term basis, that's not advisable. Because I think I showed this before. CC Adi 16, I think 11. बहुशास्त्रे बहुवाक्ये चित्ते भ्रम होय साध्य साधन श्रेष्ठ ना होय निश्चय. If one becomes a bookworm, reading many books and scriptures and hearing many commentaries and the instructions of many men, this will produce doubt within his heart. One cannot in this way ascertain the real goal of life. 713.8 Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. Na shishyānanubadhnīta granthan naivabhyaset bahūn na vyākhyāmupayunjīta nārambhānārabhet kvachit. A sannyasi must not present allurements of material benefits to gather many disciples, nor should he unnecessarily read many books or give discourses as a means of livelihood. He must never attempt to increase material opulences unnecessarily. So these are all strictures that are there. So next question, Radhika Sakyamataji again. Adding to the previous question, Sri Vaishnavas feel that Vaikuntha is the highest abode, but we are following Golok Vrindavan as the highest planet. So my question is, why didn't the Alvars mention Goloka then? Some devotees were saying that each sampradaya has its own worship, but then truth can only be one, right? So Golok Vrindavan is also Vaikuntha, because there is no kuntha there, no anxieties. Vigata kuntha yasmad iti Vaikuntha. Goloka is also Vaikuntha. There is no anxiety there. So in that sense, it is there. It is Vaikuntha. But it is supremely distinguished from other Vaikuntha planets, Golok Vrindavan, where Krishna personally resides. That is the topmost planet. Now in Sri Vaishnava, Vaikuntha is, is mentioned as the supreme, it is. I mean, Paramam Padam. It's not wrong in saying Vaikuntha is supreme, because whether Goloka or Vaikuntha, all are in the same spiritual world, and everything there is Paramam Padam. So, in one sense, yes, but then just the rasa is more, whereas Sri Vaishnava Sampradaya is mainly on dāsa. So dāsa one can only go to Vaikuntha. Madhurya, Sakhya, Vatsalya, Madhurya, these are especially there in the Goloka Vrindavan. In fact, Shvetadvip, in Golok Vrindavan there is a Shvetadvip, and then there is another Shvetadvip in the universe, which is in the Kshirosagar, which is the ocean of milk. That planet is also Shvetadvip. It's white planet because the ocean is of milk. So such things are there. So although Shvetadvip here, there is also Shvetadvip because there are Surabhi cows, unlimited Surabhi cows, which are pouring forth so much milk, and therefore it is white. Shvetadvip, Golok Vrindavan. That's why in Brahma Samhita, Shvetadvipam, what is that? That last 56th verse. See here, Bhaje Shvetadvipam tamaham miha golokamithi yam vidantaste santah kshitiviralacharaah katipaye. So here, where numberless milk cows always emit transcendental oceans of milk. You see, that's why. Where is that? Sayatra kshirabdhi sravati surabhibhyascha sumahan. See, kshirabdhi, oceans of milk. Sravati, flow from the. Sravati means to flow. Surabhibhya. Surabhibhya means all the surabhi cows. And that's why it is called Bhaje Shvetadvipam. Golok means the planet of the cows. Krishna has unlimited cows there, and they are giving milk, and it's white. Golok Vrindavan is there for sometimes Shvetadvipam. So these things are there. That's why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he went and met Venkata Bhatta from the Sri Sampradaya in Srirangam, he was having this discussion, and he was actually mocking Venkata Bhatta that you are worshipping Lakshmi Narayan, but your Lakshmi could not enter Raslila. Why? She was doing great tapasya, right? Why couldn't she enter? And he could not answer. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, because she is not qualified, her mood is different. The qualification to enter Raslila is entirely different. Lakshmi also doesn't qualify. That means what? Raslila is a higher thing, right? Why would Lakshmi try for something lower? If she already can do something higher, why can't she do the lower thing? Raslila is even higher. That means the gopis are higher than the Lakshmis of Vaikuntha or the queens of Dwarka. Highest. So the gopis, that planet is in the Golok Vrindavan. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was telling them. So they are, in fact, there is a Navadvip Bhav Taranga, I think Navadvip Dham Mahatmya. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that Ramanujacharya actually saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his vision, and he was ecstatic. In fact, he went to Navadvip and he wanted to preach this Radha Krishna Prem. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked him. In fact, that time Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not even come before he came. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave darshan to Ramanujacharya, and he said, "No, you preach Dasaras. Later I will come and preach Madhurya Ras." So these things, of course, maybe Sri Sampradaya people won't accept that, but Bhaktivinoda Thakur has said, so we will not doubt it. So like that. And I mean, honestly, if we consider it this way, What was that? Krishna and Vishnu. Anyway, this whole chapter is there. I think it's two. Chapter 2 maybe. I don't know where it is. Here in the second chapter there are many. There is this argument of therefore Lord Chaitanya is the supreme absolute truth. To call him Kshirodakasaya Vishnu does not add to his glory. It is just, it's not that, oh, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Kshirodakasaya Vishnu. No, actually, Kshirodakasaya Vishnu is coming from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even that great that great Kshirodakasaya Vishnu is actually just a very portion of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But such words from the lips of a sincere devotee cannot be false. All possibilities abide in him, for he is the primeval Lord. All other incarnations are situated in the original body of the primeval Lord. Thus, according to one's opinion, one may address him as any one of the incarnations. Some say that Sri Krishna is directly Naranarayana, others say that he is directly Vamana. Some say that Krishna is the incarnation of Kshirodakasaya Vishnu. None of these statements is impossible, each is as correct as the others. Some call him Hari or the Narayana or of the transcendental world. Everything is possible in Krishna, for he is the primeval Lord. I offer my obeisances under the feet of all those who hear and read this discourse. Kindly hear with attention the conclusion of all these statements. Of course, now he he establishes that Krishna is the supreme personality. Etecham sakalapamsa Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam Indra Vyakulam Lokam Mridayantu Yuge Yuge. So, alright. So, Shreya Sharma. I think we have many questions, still more to go. What is the time? 9:20. Shreya Sharma. To one who constantly engages in the devotional service of the Lord with faith and love, the Lord certainly gives the intelligence to achieve him at the ultimate end. Okay. One has to conquer the mind, and one may do it following the Vedic rituals and by performing different types of sacrifice. But what is meant by intelligence here? An existing intelligence with which we are constantly engaging ourselves is also given by Krishna, right? So I am not understanding the true meaning of intelligence used here in this verse. So, we may have intelligence, but we did not understand Krishna, right, before coming to Krishna consciousness. At least whatever we understand now, although it is a very, very minuscule portion. So, even if it is like, however small it is, we did not understand anything before. But after coming to Krishna consciousness, we had the same intelligence, but Krishna gives intelligence means same intelligence. Why we do not know? Means he gives the knowledge, and then he allows us to understand also. Some people read, but they actually argue about it. Means intelligence is blocked. You must have some piety to enter into this understanding. So that is blocked by this. If you are impious, see. So that is the intelligence. So to understand Sumedhasaha. So yes, we have the. Intelligence is always there, but it has been used for materialistic things, materialistic knowledge. So when the same intelligence is shown, the spiritual knowledge, then Krishna will give inspiration from within. He will make us understand more and more. For example, we did not know anything about Krishna consciousness, but then first time we read Bhagavad Gita, we understood something. Next time we read Bhagavad Gita, we understand more things. How? Same intelligence. How can I understand more things? And next time we read and we understand even more things. How is this possible? Same intelligence, right? Krishna is giving more and more. That is intelligence. Okay, so next. Wow, we have 55 more questions. Good luck with that. Why you all like to torture me like this? Huh? Hare Krishna. I actually don't understand this question. Anonymous in the following column. What is this? What is this? It's an image. Okay. What am I supposed to do there? I'll try to download this. All gymnastics during live stream. Okay. So there is this question. Sorry. I'll try to. So this is the question looks like. Devi said, and what was the question regarding this? The following quotation is from Skanda Puran in the following column. How do we justify that Krishna is the Supreme Lord when we are presented with this question from others? Okay, let's see what is it. If you are the great Lord, creator without beginning and end, the cause of creation and annihilation, how is it that a garland of skulls has been worn by you? Thereupon Shankara, the Lord of Devas, laughed and spoke these words. This garland of mine that shines with many crores of skulls has been made out of skulls of thousands of Narayanas and 10,000 Brahmas. Therefore, it is devoid of beginning and end. A new Vishnu is born in every kalpa, so also a new Brahma in every kalpa. Vishnu and Prajapati are created by me. In this form of goddess, I am stationed at the root of the Kalagni Linga in Prabhasa. I am adorned with the garland of skulls. I have to see the shloka first of all. I just can't take some English like that and I need to see full evidence of what is even told there. Right. Anyway, we have this verse. Twenty 41 145. व्यामोहाय चराचरस्य जगतस्ते ते पुराणागमाः तां तामेव हि देवतां परमिकां जल्पन्तु कल्पावधि सिद्धान्ते पुनरेक एव भगवान् विष्णुः समस्तागमाः व्यापारेषु विवेचनव्यतिकरं नीतेषु निश्चीयते. There are many types of Vedic literatures and supplementary Puranas. In each of them, there are particular demigods who are spoken of as the chief demigods. This is just to create an illusion for moving and non-moving living entities. Let them perpetually engage in such imaginations. However, when one analytically studies all these Vedic literatures collectively, he comes to the conclusion that Lord Viṣṇu is the one and only Supreme Personality of Godhead on the Padma Purana. So this is how we understand. And some of actually I want to point at something. Wait, I'll show you this verse first. So there's another verse in this three Puranas, Padma, Skanda, and Linga Puran. This also was from Skanda Puran, right? What was this? Skanda Puran. Then this is also Skanda Puran. So they are quoting from Skanda Puran, right? I am also quoting from Skanda Puran. Come, let's go. Alodya sarva shastrani vicharya cha punah punah idam ekam sunishpannam dhyeyo narayana sada. By scrutinizingly reviewing all the revealed scriptures and judging them again and again, it is now concluded that Lord Narayana is the supreme absolute truth and thus he alone should be worshipped. It is found in Skanda Puran, Padma Puran, Linga Puran. Okay? Jiva Goswami is quoted. So, I don't know what they are looking at. And Krishna, I mean, Shiva himself says, Vishnu Pradata, Mukti Pradata Sarvesham Vishnu Revana Samshayaham. I mean, if you want Mukti, you have to go to Vishnu only. And Kshiram Datha Yatha Dadhivikara. So, anyway, there are this Vishnu Brahma skulls doesn't quite match with the descriptions of the Bhagavatam and everything. So, anyway, what I wanted to say is this. You know, Nepal's national motto, what is that? Swargadapi, Swargadapischa Gariyati. What is that? Janani Janma Bhumi Swargadapi Gariyasi. So, that means the mother and motherland are more important than heaven. So this verse is said to have been quoted in Ramayana. Okay. So I went and did research. There was a verse number. I went and did research there. I could not find it. And they say Ram said this, after Lakshman said, "Oh, this is Lanka. Take it now. Now Ravana is dead." Then Ram, it seems, said that, Janani Janma Bhumi Swargadapischa Gariyati. So our mother and motherland are more important than even heaven. So we don't make our base here, we will go back to Ayodhya. So even if he said that, there was nothing wrong because Ram's mother is a devotee. And Ram will always, he is a Bhaktavatsal, he will go back to his devotees. And Janmabhumi is a holy place, Ayodhya. So there is no problem. But not every land and every mother is the same. Some mothers are rascals. Some lands, what is there? No piety. So it is not universally applicable. And Prabhupada quoted that in the matter of materialists' viewpoint. They think that their motherland is more important than even heaven. They will die for the motherland even. So like that, the patriotism. So this patriotism, they refer to it from Ramayana and all, but it is not there. That verse is not even there. It was spoken by, there was another verse which was spoken by who? What was the Rishi's name? When Ram was actually on the way back from Lanka to, it was not actually in the Lakshman said that, or Lakshman said, "Oh, let's build a base here." He did not even say that. That was not even there. When they were going back, or Bharadwaj Rishi or somebody, he was the one who said this apparently. But when you see the shloka before that and the shloka after that, there is no link. Like he's talking about one thing and then suddenly he says something, this verse, and then suddenly it goes back. So it looks like even an addition. So we do not know how these things are doctored. So we want to learn the scriptures through the bona fide spiritual master. So if we, that's why just now, this verse is perfect. Just now we saw, no? बहुशास्त्रे बहुवाक्य चित्ते भ्रम होय साध्य साधन निष्ठा ना होय निश्चय. चैतन्य चरितामृतम् आदि 16:11. If one becomes a bookworm, reading many books and scriptures and hearing many commentaries and instructions of many men, this will produce doubt within his heart. One cannot in this way ascertain the goal of life. So here Prabhupada mentions that few books, studying them thoroughly, that is the way to understand. So anyway, this whole thing is there. You can go and read. 7:38. Okay, so we'll finish that. Okay, Tamil Selvi. Is this Prakriti temporary or permanent? What do you think? It is permanent. So, Prakriti, there is Bhutva Bhutva Praliyate, it is repeated creation and destruction, but this is going on eternally. Eternally it is going on. So, out of the 5 things that are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, Ishvara, Jiva, Prakriti, Kala, Karma, only one is temporary, Karma. Karma can be finished. The rest all are eternal. So, even Prakriti is eternal. This material world is always there. Just like the jail, the prison is always there in the government, by the government department. So, like that. So, there will be always rascals will be there who will have to be accommodated here. So, eternally there are some rascals involved always. We have been some of them. Okay, Krishna Charan. Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. Can you please share some references where Śrīla Prabhupāda has stated that he will be the officiating Acharya for next 10,000 years? Well, he said, my books will be the law books of mankind for the next 10,000 years. And he initiated, he started the Ritvik system of initiations. I will live forever in my books and you will utilize, he said. So his books will last 10,000 years. Prabhupada said his books will last, and then after that there will be full-fledged Kali Yuga. So his reign will go on for the next 10,000 years. Share some references. Well, I have to take out the other screen, and then there are, you go and read our IS-77 we have also there, and you just do a search, database, you will find all those references. Okay. Anyway, the thing is, whatever it is, 10,000 years, now his books are there, right? And when we read the books, we are understanding, right? That's it. And if you don't understand, there are devotees who are following Prabhupada, they can explain, right? That's it. Even when Prabhupada was there, that was the system. They would read and they have to understand. If they don't understand, they ask their temple authority, and then temple authority will explain. So that's what we are doing in this AMAM session. So what is the difficulty in understanding? Why there is some need of a physically present person? What is the need? Even when he was here, physically around, he was traveling everywhere. Where is the opportunity to actually sit with him and have chit chat with him? No. You don't chit chat with the Guru. You have to understand. Pariprashnena. But where is that opportunity? No. Maybe very few got it. Mostly people did not get it. So what about them? They have no connection with Prabhupada. So connection is by his books. If we read, we will understand what Prabhupada is saying. What is the big deal in that? So now they are in existence. So let's keep them. He of course predicted 10,000 years. Whether we believe it or not, it will go on. Even whether I believe it or not, at least now they are there, right? Let me take advantage. Anyway, 10,000 years, I am not going to be there, you are not going to be there to check. Unless we were stupid enough to take birth again and continue here. In which case, we will have we'll actually witness that, what is going to happen after 10,000 year mark. Okay? But we should not be stupid enough to stay until there. We have to go back. So, while they are now present and available, let's take advantage and read and spread this message across as much as possible, and then go back. Okay? And that's a more practical approach to take. Instead of worrying about what is going to happen 10,000. Prabhupada said 10,000 years, that's it, finish. We accept it. Now, how can you prove whatever it is? It is there now, read and take advantage and go back to Godhead. Don't even wait until 10,000 years. So it's going to be horrible. times are going to be much horrible, much more horrible. All right. So, next question. Krishna Charan. In our Gaudiya Vaishnava disciplic succession, what are the time gaps between each acharya? Please share the references. You asked me to share all these references. You know how many questions I have to answer. Okay, I'll just tell briefly these things. See, Brahma was born 311 trillion years for 155 trillion years, 20 billion years back. Narad Muni was born at the beginning of this day of Brahma, which is like a few billion years, a bit around 2 billion years ago. 155 trillion years and 2 billion. 155 trillion, 20 billion years ago, Brahma was born. 2 billion years ago, Narada was born. That means 155 trillion, 18 billion years difference. Okay, one gap. Then Narada Muni and Vāsudeva. So 2 billion years ago, Narada Muni got it. Vāsudeva got it 5,000 years ago. That means 1,999,999,900. What? I lost the count myself. So that many thousand, that almost 2 billion years, close to gap. Okay. Vāsudeva imparted to Madhvacharya. Madhvacharya was about say 1,100, 1,200 years ago. Vāsudeva received 5,000 years ago. So about 3,000 years, 4,000 gap, around about. Then there is other acharyas, only 32 from 155 trillion years, 32 only. What kind of succession is that? How much gap? And in our near past, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's guru was Narottam Das Thakur, and there was a clear gap of 200 plus years. How did that happen? Of course, the ISKCON will say that okay, there were actually 4 other gurus in the interim, but they were all not pure devotees, so they are not counted in the Sampradaya. So who is considered Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's spiritual master now? It is Narottam Das Thakur. So that's it. That's all that matters. Whether it's through intermediaries or whatever, 200 years. So it doesn't actually matter. How does it matter actually? I do not understand why these arguments take precedence to the real fact that the knowledge is the most important thing. Whether Prabhupada is physically around or not, the books will be the same and the knowledge is going to be the same. How is it going to be different? Now that this person has left this world, this book will no more work. Or what? What is the idea in even asking these questions? Whether there was gap or not, or it doesn't even matter. Absolutely doesn't matter. If the knowledge, the disciplic conclusion is the disciplic succession. And that is not lost. Prabhupada's books are available. So what is the difficulty in actually connecting with Prabhupada even if he is not physically around? What is the difficulty? It's zero difficulty. So these should not even bother our mind. This is not even, there is nothing even to ask in these things. Because, what is the significance of these questions? Gap or no gap? Knowledge is there or not? There is no gap of knowledge. What did Krishna say? Let's see. Parampara broken, right? Why it was broken? What made it broken? Evam parampara praptam emam rajarisha vidu sa kaleneha mahata yogo nashtaha parantam. This supreme science was thus received through this chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. So the point is, the science is being lost, and that is the meaning of the parampara being broken. But if the science is intact, there was no need for Krishna to speak again the same thing, because it's already spoken. What is the need to speak again the same thing? So, the science is what is the real thing. Disciplic conclusion. The supreme science, see, it was broken, means science is lost. That is the criterion, that is the qualification of a broken parampara. Science will know, that means the knowledge will be distorted. But now it is not. We still understand the same thing what Prabhupada is saying. Even with the changed books. Yeah, we don't support the changes, but some changes, yeah, were necessary because the original was wrong. So, other than that, even if they change here and there, the 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 entire message did not change. And if we are true to Prabhupada, we will understand what he's trying to say. Unless we want to take out some stupid meaning out of what he's trying to say, and then yes, if you want to pollute our own intelligence, then Krishna will let us do so. Otherwise, if we are sincere, we can easily understand what Prabhupada is saying. He's talking in plain English, very simple English, not even Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur English. Very simple English he's speaking. Who cannot understand? Hmm. So it's not a very important question actually. I can show you reference. I mean, I just told off the head, but I mean these are there. So how does it matter? All right. So next. Okay, Krishna Charan again. In IA 77 book, which is our, for those who do not know, it is our initiations after 1977 position paper on how initiation should be conducted after the physical disappearance of Śrīla Prabhupāda in 1977. So, how will everybody become a disciple? Whose disciple will they become? In short, they will become Prabhupada's disciple, and how he set up, what is the system. That book, we have compiled all the evidences, everything that is called the IA 77. In short, initiations after 1977. In I-77 book, Tamal Krishna Goswami confessed confession in 1980. He said, "As is necessary, others may be added." So, on what basis others are being added? As many of the senior devotees can be seen involving in sense gratification instead of practicing renunciation. So, as is needed means there will be more and more devotees in the future, and then 12 people are not enough to do for the whole world. So, therefore, then there will be others needed. That's all. It's a convenience. That's all. It's not a Ritvik. Like Prabhupada said, whoever is the nearest your temple, the Ritvik, take from him the initiation on behalf of Prabhupada. So, if Guru, when it comes to Guru, it is not about the proximity. It's about who I feel as more connected. I feel him to be my Guru, although he's on the other side of the globe. But I cannot take from him. I have to take from him only. So this is not a Guru disciple relationship, right? So this is just a convenience. Whoever is nearest, they do on behalf of Prabhupada. That's all. If there are way too many disciples, devotees becoming disciples and everything, and 12 people can't manage, okay, we'll have 20, 200, 2 million, whatever, as is required, as is necessary. Okay, so that's the whole point. And of course, they must have some decent standing, they have to be exemplary devotees themselves. But of course, they became gurus and all, we know the history. And of course, GBC was supposed to appoint them, in the event that these necessity would come. But GBC became dysfunctional, so that's how IS came. Our temple presidents in the local area, they voted for Sundar Prabhu because he was qualified more than anyone else. So that's how he became. So otherwise, he would have gladly followed the ISKCON ruling of GBC and all these things. But GBC was dysfunctional, useless, completely disobeyed Prabhupada's instructions. So what to do? Okay, so Shivani Rampal, what is that? What is the meaning of Nivritta Trishna? Trishna, thirst. Nivritta Trishna, thirst for renunciation or going back to Godhead. The thirst for that. Greediness, that's what I understand. Vaishnava is Nivritta Tishna, that is, he has no material purpose, for his only purpose is to preach Krishna consciousness. So-called scholars, philosophers, and politicians exploit the importance of Bhagavad Gita by distorting its meaning for their own purposes. Therefore, this verse warns that Krishna Katha should be recited by a person who is Nivritta Trishna. So, he should be thirsty for these things. He should be very. His only purpose is, as I said, he's only Krishna consciousness. There's no other ulterior motives. So, Nivritta Trishna. Everything else is Pravritti Marga. Dealing with this material world is all Pravritti. Nivritti Trishna. He is completely involved in, rejecting this material world and, going to a spiritual world, Krishna consciousness, in other words. So, that's Nivritta Trishna. I mean, you already know that, I think. Otherwise, how you took out this word. Wow, we have a lot of questions. You people actually really torture me like anything. Just because I said AMAM, you want the entire week ask me anything only. Okay, Lin Mataji. Hare Kṛṣṇa, what do you say about people who believe in the evil eyes and that they are experiencing some coincidental misfortune? I have told that with Krishna's name, he protects us no matter what. However, he said that God's name is not the answer to everything. Can you advise? I asked him to go to hell now. What is that? As if he knows that God's name is not the answer to everything. Are? Apanna samsritim ghoram yannama vivasho grinam yad bibheti swayam bhayam. What nonsense these people are talking. Apana samsritim ghoram yannama vivasho grinan tatah sadyo vimuchyeta yad bibheti swayam bhayam. Living beings who are entangled in the complicated meshes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear personified. Nonsense they're talking about. Not the answer to everything. No faith. No faith. So this kind of people, what to do? They just ask them to chant and read some book only. Evil eyes. Of course, if you are not with God, of course you will run the evil eyes. Anybody who is not God conscious, he is under the influence of evil. Anybody. Even the so-called people who don't believe in all these things, they are also evil. They are all, what is that? Pishachi paile jena mati channa hoy, mayagrasta jiver hoy, shay bhava udoy. Pishachi paile jena mati channa hoy. Just like a ghostly haunted person, he will talk nonsense and do nonsense. Similarly, a person captured by Maya grasta jiver hoy, say bhava udoy. They are also similarly haunted. They are all under the evil eyes and evil clutches of Maya, who don't go take to God consciousness. And he is saying God's answer is not the answer. That is the only answer to everything. No brains. Ask him to read some Prabhupāda's books. He has to understand philosophy first of all. He doesn't seem to understand anything. Give him some perfect questions, perfect answers, that book, Take some small book and give him. He doesn't know what is that. He's saying like this because he's haunted. This is a case in point. He is under the evil eyes, which is why he is not agreeing to. So how to come out of this evil eyes? Give them God consciousness. Give them this book. Let them understand. Because he is a ghostly haunted person will talk nonsense. Similarly, he is talking nonsense because he is haunted by Maya. Vikathante. There is another word. Vilajjamana yayasya sthatum ikshapathe muya vimohita vikathante mama hammit durdhiyah. The illusory energy of the Lord cannot take precedence, being ashamed of her position, but those who are bewildered by her always talk nonsense, being absorbed in thoughts of it is I and it is mine. Or talking nonsense rubbish. Okay. I think this I already answered. Parul. It's another person also asked this. Vivek, I think he asked about studying and balancing. I'll just put the question because I already answered. Okay, so here is the question Parul Mataji is asking. Prabhu, how can we manage studies along with the bhakti and remember Krishna while we are working and not get distracted by social interactions? Chant Hare Krishna, read Prabhupada's books, and Mangalarti, eat Krishna Prasadam only. Then you will get strength how to face your day. And eventually think of getting out of these worldly interactions as much as possible. Yeah? You're only a student, right? Give up. My answer to students is always give up. Okay, you study, finish whatever you're studying, but after that, give up. Well, what is the point? What's the point? I don't see. If we can stop it midway, fine. But if that is going to cause a lot of this thing, at least wait for it to finish and then give up. Yeah, it's going to be a bold move, but you will thank yourself so much for taking that move. So you will get distracted by social interactions. What do you mean? If you are interacting with someone, it is going to be a input into your is jnanendriya. Jnana means you will get, you are inputting whatever you are receiving from these senses. So of course you have to interact socially because you are a social being. I mean, you can't be alone. You have to interact. So you have to be very careful. Interact as much as possible with devotees, and that's how keep yourself sane. And read Prabhupada's books every day. And if you at all, interact with these other non-devotees, preach to them. The only good thing you can do in a university if you are a student is go and preach and distribute books and hold classes. Give us some entry into the universities and let us hold some club there. You do that. That, yes, I will ask everybody to go universities and stay there perpetually. Fail and whatever you do, put the club there and then call us and then we will do programs, and later on you can also do the program yourself. Do whatever it takes. Teach them about Krishna consciousness. Okay, next question. Parul. If Christianity is also started on Krishna's order, then why do the Christians deny our religion, and why do they tell us not to do idol worship? Why are their ways so much different than us? Forget about Christians. Look at our so-called Hindus. Do their ways look anything like what Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita? Forget about Christians. Look at our Christians are actually not our problem. Christians, okay, they are the real Christian who actually follows Jesus. He will not be a problem. But nowadays the problem is many people say that I am following a religion. They don't follow anything. No rule, nothing. Christian guy eating meat, Muslim guy eating meat, Hindu guy eating meat. What is the point of these religions? The whole religious system is saying any religion, even Islam also, you cannot eat meat. But who is following? Blood is haram, and that's why they try to drain out the blood. How can you drain out all the blood in the animal? You cannot. Impossible. So, in other words, you cannot eat meat anywhere in any religion. Who is following? Okay, that's one thing. I will look at. You don't have to look anywhere to find stupidity. You can find in our Hinduism. You see this? Then why do they? What is that? Why do they deny our religion? Do Hindus not deny our own religion? They say, these Hare Krishnas are all like Christians. They say. They will say only Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. They are not flexible. They are denying our own religion. And why do they tell us not to do idol worship? Nowadays Hindus are also doing that. It's all Nirakar, Nirgun Brahma. This is Sadguru, Asadguru. This Asadguru is also telling like this. These are all, just like, idol worship. He's also against idol worship. Yeah, he put some Shiva big thing. But actually it's not to worship. It's just Adi Yogi. It's not. It's a principle. It's not a person. That kind of thing. Impersonal nonsense. Rubbish. He's talking. So, and Hindus, so-called Brahmins are falling for him. Why are their ways so much different than us? I'm telling you, even in Hinduism there are so many different ways compared to Krishna is saying Sarvadharman Parityajya. We are following that. Does any other Hindu look like anything like us? So why they don't look like anything like us? Because they don't follow. Nobody is following. In the name of religion, nobody is following. You see, there is this verse in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya. Because real religion will look the same. If you see the Christianity or Islam or anything, everywhere the chanting of the holy name of the Lord is stressed. So Sankirtan movement is what everybody will be chanting, whatever name it is, their own understanding of name, they will be chanting name of God. But you see these people, nobody is chanting. Who is? Some are chanting in other religions even. Our religion, forget it. You see, we are reading from Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhyalila 19.144 onwards. The unlimited living entities can be divided into two divisions, those that can move and those that cannot move. Among living entities that can move, there are birds, aquatics and animals. Okay. Although the living entities known as human beings are very small in quantity, that division may be still further subdivided, for there are many uncultured human beings like Mlechas, Pulindas, Bauddhas and Shabras, below Shudras. Among human beings, those who are followers of the Vedic principles are considered civilized. Among these, almost half simply give lip service while committing all kinds of sinful activities against these principles. This is the class we are talking about. Lip service while committing all kinds of sinful activities against these principles. Such people do not care for the regulatory principles. This is the class of people. Among the followers of Vedic knowledge, most are following the process of fruitive activity and distinguishing between good and bad work. Out of many such sincere fruitive actors, there may be one who is actually wise. And out of millions of such wise men, one may actually become liberated. And out of many millions of liberated persons, a pure devotee of Lord Krishna is very difficult to find. See that? That's why they don't look like anything like us. Nobody looks like anything like us. Because we are a rare breed. But we should not be satisfied that it is rare. We should spread it as much as possible. So if you see, chanting of name of God is there in every religion. Why is it different? And that is Sankirtan Yajna is the thing for this age. This Yuga Dharma. And it's there in every religion. But just that they don't follow. They don't follow. Just forget this and then do everything else. That's the problem. I think it's a controversial question. Let's see. Prabhu, I wanted to ask that what exactly Śrīla Prabhupāda means when he says that women are less intelligent. Sometimes it becomes difficult for us to face the feminists when they raise this question. I have watched your Instagram Tattvavit show regarding women, but that was more about what are the duties of a woman, but specifically if someone asks about less intelligent thing, what to answer? Well, their understanding is always inferior to men, especially in spiritual this thing. Even if sometimes they may be even, that classic example is there where this Kalidas married this Panditani. He was a fool, but she fell for him. She wanted a husband who can defeat her in logical argument. So many Pandits tried, but they failed. But this fool, he managed to defeat. So there also it is mentioned that women are, and especially spiritually so, they to be in the mode of goodness, sustaining that. It's a bit difficult for women. Their mind is always agitated with passion and ignorance. So, men also, if they are attached to women, they will also be the same breed. So, if a man is not attached to woman, he's in the mode of goodness, yes, then he can lead the woman. Man is supposed to be steady in the mode of goodness. See, in mode of passion is for creation, mode of ignorance is for destruction, mode of goodness is for maintenance. So, I can create a habit, I can destroy a habit, but to maintain a habit, maintain some steadiness in practice and everything, this requires more of goodness. So I'll show you. I mean, why should I say anything? So, I mean, they may come and do whatever they want. Always, engrossed in this body. But you see, even though less intelligent or what, once they come to Krishna consciousness, they'll become very highly intelligent because they have come to the highest thing. So they are not denied Krishna at any point of time. Materially, yes, they are a bit less intelligent than men, but that doesn't mean they cannot go to Krishna. And a woman who is Krishna conscious, she's more intelligent than a man who's not Krishna conscious. Yeah, maybe his intellectual power is great, but because he has not taken to the right knowledge, he is actually less intelligent. If she has come to the this Krishna consciousness, it is actually most intelligent. So anyway, let's look at this. In other words, a systematic family life is as enjoined in the Vedas is better than an irresponsible sinful life. If a husband and wife, um, where are we even? Yeah, if a husband and wife combine together in Krishna consciousness and live together peacefully, that is very nice. However, if a husband becomes too much attracted by his wife and forgets his duty in life, the implications of materialistic life will again resume. Śrīla Rupa Goswami has therefore recommended anasaktasya vishayan. Without being attached by sex, the husband and wife may live together for the advancement of spiritual life. The husband should engage in devotional service and the wife should be faithful and religious according to the Vedic injunctions. Such a combination is very good. However, if the husband becomes too much attracted to the wife due to sex, the position becomes very dangerous. Women in general are very much sexually inclined. It is said that a woman's sex desire is 9 times stronger than a man's. It is therefore a man's duty to keep a woman under his control by satisfying her, giving her ornaments, nice food and clothes, and engaging her in religious activities. Of course, a woman should have a few children and in this way not be disturbing to the man. Unfortunately, if the man becomes attracted to the woman simply for sex enjoyment, then family life becomes abominable. The great politician Chanakya Pandit has said, Bharya Rupavati Shatru, a beautiful wife is an enemy. Of course, every woman in the eyes of her husband is very beautiful. Others may see her as not very beautiful, but the husband, being very much attracted to her, sees her always as very beautiful. If the husband sees the wife as very beautiful, it is to be assumed that he is too much attracted to her. This attraction is the attraction of sex. The whole world is captivated by the two modes of material nature, Rajogun and Tamogun, passion and ignorance. Generally, women are very much passionate and are less intelligent. The less intelligence is because of the mode of passionate. Therefore, somehow or other, a man should not be under the control of their passion and ignorance. By performing bhakti yoga or devotional service, a man can be raised to the platform of goodness. If a husband situated in the mode of goodness can control his wife, who is in passion and ignorance, the woman is benefited. Forgetting her natural inclination for passion and ignorance, the woman becomes obedient and faithful to her husband, who is situated in goodness. Such a life becomes very welcome. The intelligence of the man and woman may then work very nicely together and they may make a progressive march towards spiritual realization. Otherwise, the husband, coming under the control of the wife, sacrifices his quality of goodness and becomes subservient to the qualities of passion and ignorance. In this way, the whole situation becomes polluted. The conclusion is that a household life is better than a sinful life devoid of responsibility, but if in the household life, the husband becomes subordinate to the wife, involvement in materialistic life again becomes prominent. In this way, a man's material bondage becomes enhanced. Because of this, according to the Vedic system, after a certain age, a man is recommended to abandon his family life for the stages of vanaprastha and sannyas. So that's like a gist of what it is. In a sexual relationship, the man impregnates and is done. And for the same sex, the woman has to bear the child for 9 months and has to go through all that. Of course, it is a natural biology. I mean, so in the same activity, the consequences are different for the man and the woman. But then still she agrees to undergo that. And accept more suffering. Whereas a man has no suffering. And after, sometimes it is said that after giving birth is, childbirth, I mean, especially the labor, is so painful that, sometimes, many times the wives actually they curse their husbands. Because of you, this all happened, and they curse all vulgar words, all these kind of things happen. Of course, the husband, he will tolerate all of that. Never mind, we'll have a child. So, of course, it's painful because of which she's shouting like that. But then she will say, "I will never do this again. Enough of it." But then again, she will does it, and again she does it. So that passion has to be so strong in order for her to agree to such a contract, in which it is not equal. So of course, we're not condemning that. It's how Krishna is created. It has to be like that. Otherwise, there will be no progeny. There will be no. But all this is adjusted and made highest, made into the highest benefit and good when it is done for Krishna. So it doesn't matter. So if a husband and wife are Krishna conscious and then they produce children, yeah, there is inconvenience involved, but then that sacrifice is nothing compared to a great service of bringing forth a soul who is Krishna conscious into this world. So for that sort of sacrifice is worth it. So that is good intelligence. See? Otherwise, materially, not much intelligence. In fact, they think they are intelligent just by showing that they can be equal with men. That actually proves their lack of intelligence. Because by nature they're different. They're different actually. But they're trying to be same as men. That is the problem. That is the sign of a lack of intelligence. How can you make two different things look the same? Only a fool would do that. If it is two different things, let's work on two different paradigms. I mean, whatever is the, and cooperate. Like we have all 5 fingers, all different. Not every finger is a thumb. If every finger is a thumb, the hand will look horrible and will not even functional properly. So every finger is required and every part of the body is required. Not that only brain is required. Brain is most important, but so only brain is important. Stomach is not important. No, that is also important. So it's not that if a stomach is trying to do the brain's work, that's foolishness. I mean, that's stupidity. That's a lack of intelligence there. So everybody do their work and cooperate. That is intelligence. So everybody has their own duties, and then let's perform those and cooperate for the furthering of God consciousness, Krishna consciousness. That is intelligence. Trying to prove that we are same as men, that is actually a sign of lack of intelligence. Those who are doing that. I don't know how many I'm going to do. Let's go and see how we'll try our best. Okay. Haribol devotees say that in Bilasvarga the Asuras, Danavas live more luxuriously than Devatas and are as handsome as demigods, and Atala, Vitala, Sutala are better than Svarga. Then why demigods attack Svarga? Demons attack Svarga. See, in although they may have some comforts and all, they don't control aspects of universal management. For example, rain is controlled by Indra. They are not controlled by demons. It's controlled by demigods. So you can actually control the entire universe if you are in the demigod planets, because then you are actually a deputed officer in the government of the universe. In the demons planet Bilasvarga, there is no such thing. They are just enjoying mindlessly, but they don't have the powers of control of the universe. Whereas in demigod planets, you have that. And that demons are greedy for that. They want to be able to control all the elements of the cosmos and exert even greater control, and all the atheism they try to impose on more planets, and that's what they want. And that's why they would attack. And of course, there are certain advantages in heaven which are not even there in Bilasvarga. Like what is this, Somarasa and all these are in the heavenly planets. So they want these things, that's what they want. They can't stand. See, demons, they can't be contented. Okay, we are in Bilasvarga, let's be in Bilasvarga, whatever. No. We have to take over that one also. Are let them live in peace. What is there? No. I must disturb them. So that is their, mentality. They cannot let the peaceful be peaceful. They have to do something to disturb the peace. That is their nature. Just like now, today so-called advanced developed nations, what are they doing? Disturbing. Who unnecessarily, what is it? Nuclear development, nuclear weapons, and wars. I mean, unnecessary. Must disturb. That is their motto. Cannot live in peace. Cannot let live in peace. Next, what is this picture hub? Prabhuji, thanks for your precious time. I have heard a lot about Kamakhya. Want to know your views on Tantra, black and white magic. There is a story of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and mystic yogi in Puri. Yeah, he was defeated. Bishakisan. What is there? I mean, there are mystic powers in the mode of goodness, passion, and ignorance, and tantric are mostly in the mode of ignorance. These passionate mystic powers are like what this technology. They are also mystic powers. Like I'm talking to you, you are all in different parts of the country or different parts of the world, and I'm just sitting in this table on this table, and then I'm talking, and then I'm connecting with you all. This is also a mystic power, but it's done through this ugra karma. And that's passionate mystic power. There is goodness mystic power. There is ignorance, tamasic mystic power. And that is the black arts with the ghost worship and all these kind of things. And goodness mystic power, that comes from the yogic process, which the Vedic, like nuclear weapons, Brahmastra and all this. These were used to be done by mantras. Now it is being done by yantras, machines. Those days by mantras, but that was in the mode of goodness. But in the tantric, they do by tamasic, different kinds of mystic powers. So this Vishakisan, he had tamasic mystic powers. But then because of such worship, tantric, yeah, they may have some powers here and there, but then because of such tantric, bhutani yanti bhutejya, because they have been worshipping ghosts, they will become ghosts next life. Yeah, ghosts have some powers over human beings. I mean, they are more powerful than human beings, certainly. They can do things which we can't do. So, worshipping them, we may get some powers of them. But otherwise, we'll actually get trapped in that, their worship and all these things. So, we will go and become ghosts ourselves after this. So, that is a big risk. But devotee, he will get mystic power from Krishna. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna, not yogi. Yogeshwara Krishna. Yatra Partho Dhanurdhara. Tatra Shrir Vijaya Bhutir Dhruvani Tirma Tirmama. So he is supported, just like Durvasa was a great yogi, but he tried to bully this Ambarish Maharaj. Ambarish Maharaj was, not practicing any yoga or something. But Yogeshwar was behind him. And Sudarshan Chakra was, running around this, chasing this Durvasa Muni. I did a TikTok on that. Backfired. His back was on fire and his plan backfired. So Sudarshan Chakra was burning his back. So, how did he get that mystic power, Ambarish? No. He just depended on the supreme mystic, Krishna. It's like, there may be a strong man, very strong man. If he is trying to attack a child, how will the child defeat him? He will catch hold of the father's hand. If the father is extremely strong, then the father, bullying my child, one punch, finish, you're knocked out. So, he will just hold the hand of Krishna like this, that's it. That is the mystic power of the devotee. I'll show you, that verse is there. उपायं कथयिष्यामि तव विप्र शृणुष्व तत् अयं ह्यात्माभिचारस्ते यतस्तं याहिमाचिरं साधुषु प्रहितं तेजः प्रहर्तुः कुरुते शिवम्. One's so-called prowess when employed against the devotee certainly harms he who employs it. Thus it is the subject, not the object, who is harmed. So-called prowess when employed against the devotee certainly harms he who employs it. And another verse is also there. Ayurharati vaipumsam. No, not this. What am I saying? Ayushriyam yashodharmam lokan ashisha evacha hanti shreyamsi sarvani pumso mahadatikramah. My dear king, when a man persecutes great souls, all his benedictions of longevity, beauty, fame, religion, blessings, and promotion to the higher planets will be destroyed. So, that is the yoga of the devotee. He doesn't like to display any yogic power, but Krishna helps him. And not only in counteracting demons or what. Even, look at this. To achieve something, you need yogic power. With yogic power, you can catch something from somewhere else, Pracchakaṁ, what is that? Ishita, Vashita, and all these things. Now, 8547. क्लेशभूर्यल्पसाराणि कर्माणि विफलानि वा देहिनां विषयार्तानां न तथैवार्पितं त्वयि. Karmis are always anxious to accumulate wealth for their sense gratification, but for that purpose they must work very hard. Yet even though they work hard, the results are not satisfying. Indeed, sometimes their work results only in frustration. But devotees who have dedicated their lives to the service of the Lord can achieve substantial results without working very hard. These results exceed the devotees' expectations. How? Mystic power. Prabhupada went with nothing and, built 108 temples all over the world. Mystic power. This is the best question so far. Mark KS. How to completely stop watching bad videos? Stop watching bad videos. Don't watch. That's it. It's in your hand. You can press. You can watch good videos. Nimanitha Prabhu is making vlogs like anything. He's making vlogs like anything. Every week he is making 2-3 vlogs. Watch all of them. Prabhupada, the memories, there are so many videos you can watch. We have movies about Nimai Nadiyan, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu movies are there. And you can watch them. Or you can read Prabhupada's books. And we have lectures. I think how many hours I've lost count how many thousands of hours of lectures. So you have enough good videos. Why? So watch those. Sundagopal Prabhu's videos are there. Nimanitha Prabhu's videos. So many videos are there. And read Prabhupada's books. That's all I can say. What I can say. What kind of questions are all coming here? I am handicapped. I am always empty mind. What can I do whole day? Read Prabhupada's books. And I am telling you, you cannot thank yourself enough. You read Prabhupada's books. It's good. You cannot do anything. Okay, fine. You can read. Whole day you can read. Or you can edit videos. But first read. Because once you read, then you will become strong and you will do every service, whatever is given to you. Read Prabhupada's books. And chant. Explain. This is even worse. Please explain purport to 2:35. Explain purport. I have to give a class now. Please don't ask me this kind of questions. If you have any specific question, you ask. What is 2:35? Explain purport. What is this? What do you think? This is not for this kind of thing. Don't ask me to give Bhagavatam classes here now. Let's see what it is. Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna. Let's actually put that question on the. What all questions you're all asking me? Just because I'm asked, ask me anything. You're just really asking me anything, whatever comes to your mind. What is this? Yeah? The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna, is in every living being along with the individual soul, and this fact is perceived and hypothesized in our acts of seeing and taking help from the intelligence. and another day, not now. Don't ask me to do this in a question and answer session, please. Please. I'm sorry, but I have to skip on this one because you can't just ask me to give a whole class on this. I mean, another day, maybe some other day, but I don't know when. But you read, I think you will understand Prabhupada's. You read the before and after, everything you read, you will understand. I'm sorry about that. Okay, next. Bye. My brother is in depression. He don't chant. What can I do for him? You play Prabhupada's chanting tape. I mean that there's a box, any ISKCON temple you can get it, I think. We have here, but I don't know where you are, Neha Singh. So you can put the Prabhupada chanting Hare Kṛṣṇa, Hare Kṛṣṇa, 24 hours it will go. Soft volume you just put there. And I don't know if you can ask him to read a book, it's a small book, or you read for him, read for him. Let him listen for a while, try like that. Put Prabhupada's lectures, let them play. What can I say? I mean, these are some of the things I can suggest. Ashi Subodh. Why did Lord Chaitanya did not stop Chota Haridas from committing suicide, even though suicide is and Mahaprabhu is suicide is sin, I think. And Mahaprabhu is epitome of love and compassion. What is learning behind this incident? The learning is be very strict, very hard. Vajradapi kathora, kusumadapi kamala. Means harder than the thunderbolt, softer than the rose. Mahaprabhu wanted to show the standard that even if you commit suicide, I am not going to excuse you for the mistake you have done. He actually only glanced at a woman. I'm being a sannyasi, so you should not do that. So he wanted to set the highest example, and he did it through his own devotee. And of course, actually, we only see that much, but actually, although he so-called committed suicide, he became a Gandharva. I mean, invisibly, he was coming and singing songs to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was, relishing those songs sung by Chota Haridas. But externally, the example is that we have to be extremely serious about this. He wanted to make a strong statement. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is all very merciful, no? Whatever I do, he will forgive me. I can do this one. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is very merciful. What is it? Namo Mahavadanyaya. He is Mahavadanyaya. I am a Parama rascal. He is a Mahavadanyaya. So it's a good combination. I can do whatever I want. I can keep doing whatever I want, and he will keep delivering me. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to show Dushta Jana Tadana, Chala Bhakti Dushan. These are some of the words of, names of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Dushtamata Tadana. He is a nice chastiser of nonsense in the head. And Chala Bhakti Dushana. He is the destroyer of cheating bhakti, cheating devotion. So these are all Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's attributes. एव तो एक कलिर चला माथा नेड़ा कपनी पड़ा तिलक ना के गालाय माला देखते वैष्णवेर मता आसल शाक्त काजर बेला सहज भजन करछेन मामू संगे लय परेर बाला. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is singing Kalir Chala, this, servant of Kali. He dressed like a Vaishnava, but he is only interested in material sense gratification. He will say Raslila, Gopi Bhava, and he will take the daughter of the neighbor and then dance and then have sex with her. This is his Vaishnavism. Kalir Chela. He is not Krishna Chela, Kalir Chela, not Krishner Chela. Krishner Chela means Krishna's servant. Kalir Chela means Kali servant, Kali Yuga servant. So this is the problem. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not want this. This is a time and again this question comes. ISKM versus ISKCON Bangalore, since both are Ritvik. I think we have covered this at length. Please share that link to this. Okay, I think I've spoken on this a few times here and there. I have no time because I have to go to the next one. Okay. Okay. Abhishek Sisodia. Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhuji, I regularly chant Hare Kṛṣṇa Mahamantra, but the more I chant, the more I feel associated with Lord Ram. Please enlighten me regarding this. See, in this stage, we cannot take these feelings too seriously. Our real relationship with the Lord will manifest at a much later stage, at a much more mature stage, devotional stage. So at this point, we cannot take these feelings too seriously. We just follow. We just you can keep Lord Ram's picture. Nobody is stopping you. Sitaram, Lakshman, Hanuman. You can keep. Chant Hare Kṛṣṇa Mahamantra. That's the main thing. Don't stop. And then read Prabhupada's books. Nowadays, I mean, at this stage, we are overtaken very much by sentiment, but actually, honestly, we don't have that the quality of devotion that actually, what is pure devotion, we don't actually even know. So at this point, it's not too important. Your original relationship with either Lord Ram or Lord Krishna or Narasimha Vamana, we do not know. So at this point, just chant the Hare Kṛṣṇa Mahamantra. Focus on the chanting of Hare Kṛṣṇa Mahamantra. Don't think of attraction and all this. We are far away actually from that. We have to just be focusing on the mantra and meditate on the mantra. Okay? And also read Prabhupada's books. Shravan and Kirtan must go on. Philosophically, we have to be based. And only when we become completely purified, when the prema happens, that's when we will be revealed our real love with which form of Godhead or whatever. Okay? I don't know what to do with this kind of questions. Anonymous. I have destroyed my life by watching pornography and hand sex. What is hand sex? I don't even know what is hand sex. Anyway, I don't want to know. Sounds horrible. And now I am handicapped. I am chanting some rounds of Hare Kṛṣṇa, though I can't pronounce properly. What will be my destiny? Just, I mean, don't keep asking that, I have destroyed my life. Just stop it. That's it. And stop and start reading Prabhupada's books. That's it. That's all I can say. You sit tight, chant Hare Kṛṣṇa, read Prabhupada's books, and throw the nonsense bloody phone outside the window. Okay? And read Prabhupada's books. Get the physical copies. Don't get those apps and read from the apps. That will be a big distraction. You get the physical paper copy and then read from that. Just keep reading. That's it. Act as if there's no phone, no nothing. That's it. And you will come out of it. Jai Shri Ram. He's asking one question. What is Jai Shri Ram? All are merits of bhakti nullified when Mata Pitarao are disrespected when they are adharmic. Who told? Prahlad Maharaj disobeyed his father. So what? His bhakti nullified, or he is known as the greatest devotee. Which is which? What kind of questions? I mean, where do you get these ideas from? Any example you must quote first. Where is the example? So, if the parents are not supporting, then we should not listen to such parents. That's it. Simple. That's all. They have to be made understood first. Attempt should be made to make them understand. And if they don't, what can be done? When we become devotee, our parents will actually benefit most. So we will have to do best thing for them if we really love them. If they don't understand that we are doing the best thing for them, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's okay, fine. This lifetime maybe you won't understand, but next life you will thank me for that. Okay? Just like we have become devotee. Why? Maybe because we were a stupid father in our previous life, or mother who did not agree to the son, and then because of the son devotional activities, now we are engaging in devotional activities. How we know? So we have to thank whoever has helped us, of course our spiritual master, but whoever else has also helped us indirectly, directly. We have to always know that we are not in this alone. We never made it, ourselves. No such thing. Chhadya Vaishnav Sevan Nistar Paiche Keba. Without serving Vaishnava, without coming in contact with the Vaishnava, we cannot actually come to Krishna consciousness. There is no way. So it's not nullified in fact. In fact, it is the other way around. Narasimhadev said, you did not obey your father. Good. Now I am telling you one thing. Not only your bhakti is not nullified, but look at this, what happened. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha, Narasimhadev speaking to Prahlad. त्रिसप्तभिः पिता पूतः पितृभिः सह तेन घ यत्साधोस्य कुले जातो भवान् वै कुलपावनः. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Prahlad, O most pure, O great saintly person, your father has been purified along with 21 forefathers in your family. Because you were born in this family, the entire dynasty has been purified. Does it look like the bhakti was nullified? Or the family, entire dynasty was purified? Which is which? Bhakti nullified or dynasty purified? That is the answer. How we can connect ISKM in India, Prabhuji? I believe on Ritvik system. Connect ISKM in India. What do you mean? You want to get initiated? Yeah, you can contact our Prahlad Bhakta Prabhu, who's in Pondicherry, and he will recommend, and then you can get initiated, eventually. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where you sing. Ravi Singh means I'm expecting somewhere in the north. I mean, that's my speculation. As of now, we have our base in Pondicherry. Soon, maybe there will be one in the north. Hopefully, we have one devotee, nice devotee, who is running Hindi preaching. But in the south, he is currently at Pondicherry, staying with Prahlad Prabhu and all. I think eventually he will move up and start some temple in the north or something. But as of now, you can connect with us online, and then if it is possible, make a trip down to Pondicherry and stay with the devotees there. And if you can come to like Singapore, that's good, but I don't know how much it is feasible. So it's okay. Okay, you apparently you're from Mumbai. Okay. So Mumbai, we don't have anything right now, absolutely. But yeah, you come down and once experience it, and maybe you can be the one starting in Mumbai. We have to think in those pioneer way. Not that, have you set up anything for me? No. If nothing is set up, okay, I will set up. That should be the mood. If I don't know how to set up, okay, let me learn something under another temple where somewhere. Let me learn something and become properly trained, and then after that I can always come out and then start. So that should be the attitude. Should be pioneer mood. All right. Krishna, 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 what is going on? How many questions do we have? We finished about 39, 38. Let's see. There's no way it's going to be finished, this thing. There's no way. 82 questions. Now I've finished 38. I've not even finished half of them. What is the time? Shall we proceed on and see how much we can do? But still, please don't keep asking more and more questions. I'll try to finish them as much as possible. Okay? I'll try to be as much succinct as possible. And you know me, I'm not so succinct. But I'll try. Okay? But please don't add more and more questions. When are you going to stop? When am I going to stop? When are we both going to stop? I mean, somebody has to stop, na? When? How? I have to wake up for Mangalarti also. Okay, in the books, it's often mentioned that if one is able to cover his head by the dust of bona fide Guru's lotus feet, his life becomes successful. What kind of dust does it talk about? For example, Śrīmad Bhāgavatam 5:13-22, Snugopal Prabhu said we should understand this directly when we do Guru Puja. Still, I want to clarify this from you because I think once you mentioned that covering one's head by the dust of a pure devotee means following his instructions. I may be mistaken. Is that so? No, you're not mistaken. So, so 5:13-22. Let's see what that is. 5:13-22. Let's try a rapid fire kind of. Not exactly rapid fire, but somewhat similar. It's not at all wonderful that simply by being covered by the dust of your lotus feet, one immediately attains the platform of pure devotional service to Adhokshaja, which is not available even to great demigods like Brahma. By associating with you just for a moment, I am now freed from all argument, false prestige, and lack of discrimination, which are the roots of entanglement in the material world. Now I am free from all these problems. Yes, this is dust, but dust also means we have to follow the instructions. That is the real meaning of covering our head with the dust. If I cover with the head with the dust, okay, fine. But if I'm not prepared to follow the instructions, what is the use of that covering? So it has to be, what is that? Mind, body, and words. So if I say I surrender, and if I physically surrender, and if I mentally also surrender, that is proper surrender. Otherwise, I am half, like lip service, the kind of thing. So if I take his dust means that submission, like to take somebody's foot dust and keep it on my head, that is an act of great submission. That means whatever you say, I'm going to follow. It implies that. Sometimes you see footballers, they are playing in the soccer in the field, and then some fan will run out from the crowd, and then he will come onto the field, and then he will escape all the security, and then he will go to the player, and then he will bow down. He'll bow down. That means what? He is accepting that person as a worshipable, like a demigod, god, or whatever. So I am expressing my submission in front of such a great person, so-called, whatever. I perceive him as great, whatever. So by taking the dust of somebody's feet and putting on my head means I absolutely, you step on me. Like, I am just, Trinada Pisunichana means what? The grass gets stepped on by people, right? So submissive means automatically it comes that I have to follow his instruction. Whatever he says, I have to do. So, like Dante Trinaya, Dante Nidhaya Trinakam Padayor Nipatya. There's a grass in between the teeth. That is a symbolic representation of surrender. So, that kind of thing. So, the head covered with dust of the feet of a pure devotee means that's a surrender, and then full Karishye Vachanam Tava. Basically, I'll do whatever you say. That is the attitude. Okay, so next question. I'll try to be brief. Megha Rathod. Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhuji, my name is Megha Rathod. I am from Churu, Rajasthan, India. I am preparing for medical entrance exam NEET to become a doctor. I study, but I am unable to maintain consistency and getting lazy day by day. Because of this laziness, I failed in the entrance exam this year. Prabhuji, please help me to get rid of this laziness. I think you heard did you hear my answer to this other balancing studies and Krishna consciousness and how to become not lazy? Okay, let me ask you this question. There are many doctors doing this. Spiritual doctor is what is needed. The society is suffering because people are diseased by this disease of lust. Kamam hridrogam. Lust means the desire to enjoy this material world. That is the real disease of the heart. And we need doctors to cure that disease. First cure it on ourselves, but then cure others, help by preaching this message. So that's what we should be doing. And that doctor is nothing but none other than the devotee. So we are also running a hospital here. We want to save people. And the real saving means the saving of the soul. You're neat or you're dirty or whatever, whatever is that. Entrance examination. Exam name is neat, but actually it is dirty. Because, hospital. Doctors are necessary, fine, but it is an inferior duty compared to Krishna consciousness. You have to think in these terms that, enough, study, pass or fail, what is that? Big deal. I studied engineering, electronics, computers and communications engineering. I did not pursue further anymore. What is the point? What is the point of all that? What am I going to do? That's not going to fulfill. Yeah, there are many engineers. Yeah, they let them do that. This is also needed. Who's going to do this work? Preaching Krishna consciousness. You are all intelligent people. You are young people. You should take up this thing with a missionary spirit. Right? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has already given us a job. You don't have to look for another job. Bharata bhumite manusya janma hoile jar janma sarthak kori karo paropakar. Make your life successful with Krishna consciousness and paropakar. Help others. That's our real thing. How to help others? Give Krishna consciousness to them. Harinam, the knowledge, books, and then finally Krishna Prasadam. All these things we have to spread all over the world until the entire world becomes Krishna conscious. Our work has not stopped. Forget about all these entrance examinations. Exit all these examinations. Exit these entrance examinations. And enter this real exam, which is life, which is Krishna consciousness. Because at the end of life, that will be the real exam. Whether you pass this neat exam or dirty exam or whatever, you have to pass the exam of death. What about that? What about your preparations for that? You are lazy in preparing for that exam. Everybody in this Kali Yuga is manda sumanda matayo manda bhagyahi upadrutaha. Lazy number one. They don't want to chant Hare Kṛṣṇa. At least you know when this NEET exam is. When the death exam is, you don't even know. Where there is no schedule, no schedule, oh this date I am going to die. No. I have to be ready. And what is that ready? How you pass? Antakale mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yah prayada samadbhavam yati nastyatra samshaya. If one remembers Krishna at the time of death, going back. Vaikuntha, pass. Flying colors. Remember anything else, fail. So you have to remember Krishna 100% at the time of death. How am I going to do it? I get a simple headache, I can't remember Krishna. Forget about headache. I am completely well, still I can't remember Krishna. And I am going to remember Krishna at the time of death when everything is in disorder. You think it is possible? How much preparation is required? Abhyasa yoga yuktena chetasana anya gamena paramam puruṣam divyam yati parthanu chintayan. So without gap, without an interruption, we have to think about Krishna. That is the standard we have to get to. And this lifetime, if we miss it, we are going to have millions of lifetimes, millions of forms we have to take before we come back to a human form of life. Why you want to take such risk? Ashitim chaturashchaiva lakshams tan jiva jatishu brahmadbhir puruṣam prapyam manusham janma pareya tadapi abhalatam jata tesham atmabhimaninam varakanam anashritya govinda charanadvayam. Varakanam. Fools are those people who, after having achieved this rare human body, do not worship Krishna. Fools. After you pass your NEET exam, you will still be a fool if you don't become Krishna conscious. What is the use of this NEET exam? Never mind, pass or fail, doesn't matter. I have zero regard for these exams. What are these exams? We are becoming puppets in the Western worldview, Western culture. They are making puppets out of us. Yeah, I don't deny. Nurse, okay, this is a good job, fine, honest job, forever. But we have better, you already have come to Krishna consciousness. You take even higher job. Even more emergency situation this is. Even more important than a nurse. Why don't you do that? Think like that. Think different. Come out of this box of, career, this, then, come out of the set box, set path. That's not the way. If you have to do something revolutionary, we have to take revolutionary steps. Yeah, there will be some friction. That we can go through that. Krishna will give us all the strength. But we have to do that. We have to do that. That is real exam. How? That is real laziness. Not preparing for that. Lazy. We are number one lazy here. The real problem is that. So, worry about that. You see, you are saying okay. Next, you say, Prabhuji, I am not lazy in Kirtan, chanting, studying Bhagavad Gita, hearing Bhagavatam, but I am becoming lazy in my study. Okay, let me actually put that up. So now, since you are not lazy, let's see what you are. No, not this one. Okay. I am not lazy in Kirtan, chanting, studying Bhagavad Gita, hearing Bhagavatam, but I am becoming lazy in my study and completing lectures from my coaching classes. So, along with Krishna consciousness, you have to build a strong career. Prabhuji, please help to start my study for medical entrance exam. Ditch your career. I am telling you, people don't like this kind of advice, but honestly, this is going to help you the most. In the end, your career will not help you, you will not be happy. I'm telling you, I'm just honestly telling you, you will not be happy. Now you're maybe 20, 21, whatever. By the time you're 35, 40, you will not be happy. It will not give you satisfaction. So if you are not lazy in Kirtan and chanting and studying Bhagavad Gita, so that means I presume that you are reading Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam regularly. So if you are reading Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam regularly, why are you not understanding that actually material education is a waste of time? That means what kind of reading are you doing? I don't understand that. How can you be reading Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam rigorously and then have rigorous inspiration in going for medical and all these things? You have to build a strong career, and who says so? You say so. Who said we have to build a strong career? Do I have a strong career? I do. Temple life is a strong career. But I don't have any other career. Likewise, there are so many devotees like that. So, why can't we be those? That is real career, meaningful career. So, this is not correct that you have to have a strong career. Who says so? Krishna doesn't say. Where can you show me some sloka? You have to have a very strong career. Where is that sloka? I want to see. Then you prove to me the next point. No, just don't make a declaration that you have to have a strong career. Who says so? The Western education system says so. Because if you are in that system, then they will have their money rolling in and they will make their money. That's all. And honestly, these hospitals are thieves. Thieves, they're looting only. Looting. There are much simpler alternatives, much more viable thing, but they don't, because there's no money in that. Take for example these vaccines rollout. Complete rubbish. What is more medical nonsense is that? Yeah, just money. That's all. Drugs which are much more safe and can be used, they did not use because there's no money to be made, because patents are expired. Make something new so that they can make money. That's all they care about. It's just a cheating business, and you are being sucked into it. That's all. All this pharmaceutical business is cheating. Previously, how they used to do in Ayurveda? Of course, now they say, oh, Ayurveda, no, you cannot treat emergencies. So what about Lakshman in Ramayana? Sanjeevani, what is that? It's an emergency, right? It worked. So there are actually, herbs are all there everywhere. But we have lost this science. Instead of learning those things, and okay, there is Ayurveda, but most important is the spirit soul. The Western way is just simply making money, capitalist society, that's all. It's capitalism. Capitalism means money, money, money. That's all. That's all that matters. If it doesn't make money, even if it's good, it's not good because it doesn't make money. That's what matters. They don't care about any health or nothing. Honestly, I have lost complete whatever little bit faith I had in the health system. I completely lost in this pandemic. Complete deceit, lies, and everything. This is going on. And if we are becoming spiritually strong, we will automatically become materially not interested. Bhakti pareshanu bhavo virakti. Virakti means I must get disgust. I must be having a distaste for materialistic life if I am in the spiritual life. If I am having spiritually also very fired up, materially also very fired up, what kind of nonsense devotee is that? That means I am not fired up in any way. That means I am spiritually definitely not fired up. I am making a show. Because if one is spiritually actually fired up, he will not have taste. Proportionately, his taste in material life will decrease. He cannot be both increasing. That doesn't happen. I'm sorry if you do not like this answer, but I have to speak facts because this is the fact. So Megha Rathod is saying family wants her to crack that exam and become doctor. Family will say so many things. My family also said so many things. Every family will have their own, But are they having that desire from an enlightened perspective or, what is this called? In ignorance. In ignorance, many people will have many desires. What is the value of those desires? Huh? If somebody wants to become a doctor, ask them to become a doctor. Why are they pushing you to become a doctor? Huh? It's your life, right? So you understand that Bhagavad Gita and you become devotee. Why you? Whether family will say, they will say how many things. You have to tell them back, that's all. You have to learn how to tell them, educate them. Okay, 11 o'clock. Okay, let's see. We will still go on. Because I am not going to continue this tomorrow and all that. I am not going to do that. I'm not going to. Let's see who has more stamina. You can ask more questions and I will give more answers. Let's see who will have more stamina. Parashuram, why bhakti by mind is greater than bhakti by intelligence? Mind being lower than intelligence. What kind of question is this? Never mind. Mayarpita mano buddhir. Mind, intelligence, body, everything. Using Krishna. What is greater than greater? Everything is important. Okay? Because intelligence is meant to control the mind. Mind is the center of activities. Mind will direct the senses. So intelligence has to control the mind. So the mind has to control the senses. So which senses will be performing bhakti? Anyway, all this theoretical, understanding is best way, just come Mangalarti, chant with devotees, do service, take Krishna Prasadam, interact with devotees, like that. That is the way to go. Then you will understand all these things. What is the value of theorizing about this and that? How mind, intelligence. What is the come and attend Mangalarti. Mind and intelligence both will become purified, and you can do nice bhakti. That's what we should do. Okay. Next. All this kind of, again, some similar question. What is, how come mind being matter does thinking, feeling and willing? No, mind does not do it. The soul does it through the instrument of the mind. Okay. Just like you may say, how come hand being matter is moving and picking up things. No, it's not a hand moving. Hand is being moved by the soul. Similarly, mind intelligence by the soul. That's all. Simple thing, man. Come on. Okay. Our Ayyappa has finally joined in after years. Huh? After years of absence. He will have some far out Sri Sampradaya question. Let's see. Yes. Prabhu, many are saying that Ramanujacharya's sthula physical body is preserved in Srirangam temple, but I also heard that it is actually a realistic deity made from wax. Kindly clear me about this, as I was thinking about this for many years, Prabhu. Please, Prabhu, because there is no tradition of preserving the body in Sanatana Dharma. I don't know. I saw that Vigraha. I was also told that it was, a real Vigraha, then, embalmed and all that. I don't know. And for me, it doesn't even matter. Because instructions are more important, and we'll revere Ramanujacharya for all that he taught, and that's very important. Okay? So, what is the point if we understand this or that, but instructions we're not following or something? So, that we have to do. So for me, I'm a more of a essentialist person, so I don't really bother about these things so much. I don't understand the value much. Yes, Vigraha is there. Any Vigraha is as good as the Vigraha or wax or whatever it is. The main thing is to follow the instructions. In the end, if we don't do that, all this is wasting time. So I do not know the exact answer for this preserving body in Sanatana Dharma or this or that. But maybe, I don't know. I have zero idea. Okay. Also, Prabhu, whenever we are doing service, if we do minor offense, do we continue or do we stop? Have to stop it? Continue and just repent for whatever mistake and then continue. That's all. Vallabh Bhatt also, who got chastisement from Mahaprabhu, who is Vallabhacharya, any strong sources. Yeah. Where is that? Wow. In my commentary, see, this is there. Vallabh Bhatt was speechless. Hearing this, Vallabh was speechless. He returned home greatly unhappy and began to consider this. Every day I am defeated in this assembly. If by chance I am one day victorious, that will be a great source of happiness for me, and all my shame will go away. But what means shall I adopt to establish my statement? The next day, when he came to the assembly of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he sat down after offering obeisances to the Lord and said something with great pride. In my commentary on Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, he said, I have refuted the explanations of Sridhar Swami. I cannot accept his explanations. Whatever Sridhar Swami reads, he explains according to the circumstances. Therefore, he is inconsistent in his explanations and cannot be accepted as an authority. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smilingly replied, one who does not accept the Swami husband as an authority is considered a prostitute. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very grave. All the devotees present derived great satisfaction from hearing this statement. So this is the one. But how do you know this is Vallabhacharya? Well, it's Vallabhacharya. I don't know what you want to what do you want to know. According to our records, it is Vallabhacharya only. Okay. Jai Shri Rama. Will you ever conduct classes or readings in Telugu Bhasha? Telugu Bhasha you wrote in Sanskrit. Very good. So I do not know. I don't have any plans. Okay. Okay. Some far out question again by Ayappa. You know what? I'm kind of hungry. Okay. All incarnations of Hari like Dasavatar, Vāsudeva, Narayan, Rishi, Dattatreya, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all are having transcendental body which is very different from material body like us. So does those personality would have human body functions like digestion, sweating, function of internal organs or anything like a usual human? Yes. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had some indigestion and then this Raghav Pandit gave some this thing. His sister made some preparations to, so this is all transcendental. Yeah. He can manifest even, I mean, so what? He can manifest even if he wants. Asnaviram, it is said that he has no veins. That means body is spiritual. Of course, he has no material veins, but he can have spiritual veins. If he wants, he can manifest anything. You know, when Bhishma Dev, Krishna, there was blood coming out from him. When Bhishma Dev was shooting arrows and blood was coming out from him, and then Bhishma Dev was enjoying that vision. How can blood come out from the Lord? If he wants, he can come out. He is the creator of blood in all living entities. He can always bring it out from himself. Not a big deal for him. And he can like that bewilder others. You see, he's also having blood law. Normal person only, he's normal. So those who Maya Shritanam Naradarakena. So those who want to see him like that, oh, he's just an ordinary person, he's not God. So he will make them feel like that. Let them think like this. Okay. KR7. What do you think about Advaita? I don't think about Advaita. What do I think? How does it matter what I think? My opinion is imperfect. So we must ask what the Shastras say, what Narayana says, what the Acharyas say. Those who are perfect, what do they say? What do I think? What is the point in that? So I am just repeating. I think recently our please share that link about Advaita philosophy. Recently we did some video where somebody edited, no? So you can share that link. You can watch about this Advaita philosophy. We spoke there at length. So you can read that. So it's not it's not what I think, it's what the Shastras say and what Lord Narayan thinks. Yeah? That's what matters. Because what I think is useless. It's my opinion. What is the value of my opinion? It's useless. Okay, next. Ashish Tapa. I have stopped doing my sadhanas because it includes chanting before eating meal and all. I feel uncomfortable of the judgments people will make around me. How to get rid of this and be carefree? You can eat after a meal if you want. You go out somewhere and eat and chant. What is it? Find some time to chant, that's all. While you're commuting or traveling, chant. While you're at your home, chant. While you take a walk and then chant. How to be carefree? Just do it. Just do it. How are you going to theoretically come out of all your worries and then you'll become carefree and then you will start doing it? No, you have to just do it. Like Nike, what is it? Just do it. That's all. Then you will come out of it. Otherwise, you will not come out of it. Just do it. That's all. And be proud of it. You're doing the best thing in the world. Tasmat Sankirtanam Viṣṇu Jaganmangalam Hasam. It is the most auspicious thing in the entire universe, and you're shy about it. That's the how much pride we have in our religion. You look at the Muslims. They wear their dress, burqa and all this. Even the ladies, and the men wear their dress, and they don't feel shy. They're proud of it. Where is our pride? Why are we like, oh, what they think? So what he thinks? He's an idiot if he thinks that I'm a stupid. If he thinks I'm an idiot, he's an idiot. That's all. We have to be confident with that, and we have to prove him wrong when he passes some comment. We have to prove him wrong. But what are you doing? You know who you are? You do not know who you are. Huh? You are also talking. I am also talking. I am just chanting the name of God. You are talking rubbish. Croaking like a frog. Huh? Barking like a dog. And I am chanting the name of God. You are barking like a dog. And then I am laugh worthy. Huh? Let's see who will have the last laugh. That's all. Tell them. In your brain you have to be very clear. You may not tell it like this, to that person, but in my head I should be so clear. Who are you to comment? You comment. You can do whatever you want. Who cares? You are laughing. Yamaraj will laugh at you. Yamadutas will laugh. Hey, 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 ha, 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 ha. They will catch you. Then what are you going to do? You're going to cry that time. So, but of course, the other way is, if he's laughing, sir, why are you laughing? Why you find something amusing here? You can ask him straight. What is this? Old fashioned. Yeah, old fashioned is old is gold. They say, What about you? What do you know who you are? You are actually very old. You think you are new. This body is very new. You are very old. Krishna is old. We are all eternally related. We are eternal, not just old. Eternal. You don't even know who you are. Who are you? Oh, I am Mr. So and so. And that is your body. You are saying this is my body. Who are you? Teach him something. And I am chanting the name of God. And name of God and God are non-different. You have to explain. That's how you become carefree. You have to become confident, first of all, that you are doing right. If you are always basing yourself on other people's judgment, how are you going to improve? They are your judge. At the time of death, they are going to save you. Are they? No. Krishna is going to save. So let him be the judge. If Krishna is satisfied with what I am doing, that's it. That's all that matters. The conviction should be there. And if you read Prabhupada's books, then become more and more convinced. Okay. Next. Mohit Kune. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Can we wear tulsi mala when still practicing to renounce onion and garlic? Give up onion and garlic and then you wear tulsi mala. Okay? Give up onion and garlic and then wear tulsi mala. Otherwise, you will be like, people will say, hey, tulsi mala devotee. Hey, but you're eating onion and garlic. What is going on? We can eat onion and garlic. Oh, is it? Oh, then we are misrepresenting. So, give up onion and garlic and wear tulsi mala. And then when people say, oh, these people actually don't eat onion and garlic, they know principles. So we have to represent, not that I wear everything and I do everything. Matha neda kapni pada ne tilak na ke gale mala. Dekhte Vaishnav veru mata ashara sakta kajar bila. So this is Kalichala. Dressing like a Vaishnav, doing nonsense. So we have to be inside Vaishnav. And then he has to dress like a Vaishnav. Oh, I'm sorry, this is like covering my face, right? I'll try to. Okay. Festival Hare Kṛṣṇa. Okay. Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhu, Śrīla A.C. Prabhupāda. What is Śrīla A.C. Prabhupāda? What kind of name is that? Śrīla Prabhupāda at least. Or His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Śrīla Prabhupada, Śrīla Rakshak, Sridhar Maharaj and Śrīla Bhakti Pramod Puri never encouraged that Krishna Leela and Vrindavan to be discussed in public or 10th canto of Bhagavatam. But we see Narayan Maharaj and Indra Prabhu, they try to introduce Rupanuga, not really Raganuga. What to speak of Vaidhi Bhakti, who's nicely kept hidden for so long time. What your opinion about those different teaching? Sridhar Maharaj often said about this term, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. But if nobody speak this knowledge will be lost. What to do? What do you think? I mean, Rupanuga more exalted than Raganuga. Rupanuga, Raganuga. Raganuga, Ragatmaka. What is Rupanuga? What to speak of Vaidhi Bhakti? I am not criticizing those who preach Rupanuga because it is really what Mahaprabhu really come give. What? What are you talking about? Okay, you know what? I don't know why you are mentioning Sridhar Maharaj and Bhakti Puri Maharaj. They actually they had their own ideas about Krishna consciousness and propagation and guru business and all that. So I would stick with Prabhupada to be safe, and never discuss Krishna Leela. Krishna, I mean Prabhupada discussed Krishna Leela a little bit here and there, but I mean not Ras Leela so much. But it's there in his Krishna book. So it's not that we cannot have classes on it if we are learning those verses. I mean we are having classes on those verses. Just skim through. I mean at least we should know what is going on. So that's why Prabhupada said Krishna book you can read, and Krishna book any even newcomer reads, and there is Ras Leela there. How? So through the spiritual master, if we read, then we will be safe. So that is the point. Through the spiritual master, so that's why Prabhupada's explanation: if we read, then we will be safe. So anyway, yeah, it should not be Ras Leela, should not be openly discussed and all these things. But so much subject to discuss, discuss all of that, and then come to Ras Leela or 10th canto. It's not that all of pastimes cannot be discussed publicly. Ras Leela and some of the confidential, even those with Prabhupada's purport, you can. Otherwise, why? Even newcomer is reading Krishna book. What about that then? You can. At that level, not too deep. No need to go too deep. Just like understand that much. Okay. Next. These people, what is the problem with these exams? Is it exam season or what? Everybody asking these exam questions. What is this? RTG series. I couldn't pass an exam. That's why I'm depressed. My chanting stopped. I don't want to stop it. Don't stop it. You did not pass an exam. Good for you. Jaravidya Dhare Mayar Vaibhav. Okay. Many times I told this today. I think so many times I told this material education is a waste of time. Okay. If you have failed the exam, why are you stop chanting? Then you will fail your real exam of life also. So you want to double fail. Okay. At least pass one thing, right? And the most important thing is life at the time of death. So which one you want to pass? I mean, you want to pass that? Even if you pass this whatever entrance or whatever exam you're doing, if you fail the exam of death, then you will have to suffer. So you have already failed many times. Many times you have taken birth. You are not depressed about it. You are depressed because you failed this exam. But you are not depressed about how many times, how many millions of times you have failed. Still no shame. Not only you, I am talking this for myself as well. We are not shameful that we have millions of times failed this exam. Still we are not depressed. We are still trying. Let's do it. Where is the depression there? Where is the repentance? Where is the remorse? Nothing. Have the same thing, same feeling for Krishna. Okay? Think about the exam of death. Focus on that. Anyway, you're a student, right? Think about how to become brahmachari. I hope you're a boy. If you're a girl, then you think about how to become chaste and then become married. If you're a boy, think about become brahmachari. What is this exam? Fail, I don't care about you fail or pass. It doesn't matter. Main thing is you have to be Krishna conscious. Okay? Become devotee and then preach. That is more important than anything else. Help, what can I do for resume my chanting? Why do you ask me? It is your mouth. You mean I have key to your mouth? It's your mouth. You can open it and chant. And read Prabhupada's books. If you are depressed, you read Prabhupada's books. That's all. This should not be a question. And what do you want from me? I'm going to discourage even more. I'm making more depressed about this material exam that you failed. Okay? If you ask me this kind of questions, you just have to chant. It has nothing to do with your exam or now or what. If you don't feel like chanting, read Prabhupada's books. Then you will understand how stupid this exam is. Then you will start chanting. Okay? Do that. I don't know what else to say. Everybody's stamina is going down. Okay, 21 people left. Yeah, I think this is a comment. Sairam Shankar Srinivasan. Ritvik system is not new Vaishnav system. Even Sri Vaishnavas under Ramanujacharya is following Ritvik system. Even Christianity is Ritvik. Whether they are following Ritvik or not actually is immaterial to me. Even if they never followed Ritvik system, it wouldn't make a difference. If Prabhupada said we have to do Ritvik system, we have to do it. So if Ramanujacharyas are doing Ritvik system, so what is their precedence? Who did Ritvik system before them? They were first, right? Now why didn't they question Ramanujacharya? How can you have Ritvik system? What is this new system? Why? They did not. Similarly, I will not. Even if none of them did it, if Prabhupada alone did it, I will never question. That is how we should be. Even if Prabhupada came up with a far out idea of a new system, I will still follow it. The main thing is the jnana. The jnana has to come out. And then the disciple should receive jnana and his material life should be finished. And he has to engage in service. That's the whole point of it. That is happening. So, I don't need any other external validation for this ritual system. Prabhupada said it, that's it, finished. I don't care. Anything else. Telling you. Prabhu 2:12 Bhagavad Gita explain karo. Are you reading Prabhupada's books or not? Explain karo. We will always be there. You will be there, I will be there, we will always be there, Krishna is saying. Yeah, so that means we are all eternally part and parcel, eternally individual. We don't merge. All that is already there in the purport. I mean, you just have to read Prabhupada's books. I'm not going to answer this kind of question. What is there to explain in that? And anyway, if you really need, we have a video, 2:12 lecture. You can watch that. Link can be shared. Okay, next, Deepika. Okay, we are trying to associate with local ISKCON Bangalore Ritvik devotees. However, most senior devotees who meet ask about material qualifications, about family background, etc., which brings negative feelings. Am I committing Vaishnava aparadh? No, you are not. So, these are actually not supposed to be a subject matter of. This is the thing with ISKCON Bangalore. They place so much emphasis on these things, these material qualifications. If you ask them about education, they will give you how to become very top-notch IIT student. They will give you. You go and ask them this kind of question. They will ask you how to pass your exam, how to get more focus so that you can remember your question answers all properly. You ask ISKM, we will tell stop your exam and come here. That's what we will tell. So there's a difference between ISKM and ISKCON Bangalore. So these things, some of the things we don't agree. Anyway, there are many other things, which I've already spoken about, which I don't want to repeat over and over again. Maybe that link can be shared and then, So, yeah. So, it's not Vaishnava aparadh. Let's see. Yeah. Śrīmad Bhāgavatam 5:18-13. Very important verse. Is this on? Sorry. No. 5:12-13. यत्रोत्तमश्लोकगुणानुवादः प्रस्तूयते ग्राम्यकथाविघातः निषेव्यमाणो नुदिनं मुमुक्षोर्मतिं सतीं यच्छति वासुदेवे. Who are the pure devotees mentioned here? In an assembly of pure devotees, there is no question of discussing material subjects like politics and sociology. In an assembly of pure devotees, there is discussion only of the qualities, forms, and pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is praised and worshipped with full attention. In the association of pure devotees, by constantly hearing such topics respectfully, even a person who wants to merge into the existence of the Absolute Truth abandons this idea and gradually becomes attached to the service of Vāsudeva. So there is no material subjects. And of course, you know this other verse. What is that? Hrishikeṇa. Tat-paratveṇa nirmalam. Sarvopadhi vinirmuktam. Yes. Sarvopadhi vinirmuktam tatparatveṇa nirmalam hrishikeṇa hrishikesha sevanam bhaktiruchyate. Bhakti or devotional service means engaging all our senses in the service of the Lord and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of Senses. When the Spirit Soul renders service unto the Supreme, there are two side effects. One is freed from all material designations, and one's senses are purified simply by being employed in the service of the Lord. Freed from all designations. There you have to be free. Sarvopadhi vinirmuktam. Upadhi means this designation. Sarva upadhi vinirmuktam. Get rid of this designation. What is the use? Nowadays they have their initiated name and then their qualifications. IIT Kharagpur and some PhD, this thing. They will have something das, IIT Kharagpur. So you qualified from IIT Kharagpur or you qualified from Bhagavad Gita Bhagavatam study? Which is which? So this is unnecessary. This is all, upadhi. They say, oh, this is all this preaching for preaching. If IIT people, then you will get more respect. I can be IIT, but if I speak, the way how I speak, that's what matters. If I speak rubbish, I can be whatever, but it doesn't make any sense. But if I can speak sense, it doesn't matter what I studied. If I speak sense, people will listen. That's what that matters. So I have to just know what the subject is, and I have to. Did Prabhupada have IIT? How did he defeat all the scientists and philosophers of the Western world? How did he do it? Big universities, they are buying his books and studying his philosophy. What PhD he has? He rejected whatever degree he had in the Gandhi movement. Huh? What is the use? It's what we speak, what we live, what example we show. That is what really matters. All is useless. Okay, next, Pradyumna Das. Prabhuji, inquiry as per the parampara, can you explain the cause of the Gaudiya lineage being both Bhagavat and Pancharatrika Vidhi Marg? That is to say, aside from formal initiation and can Sampradaya exist, I do concur only a pure devotee can initiate. Why not formal? Why we have to do all this mental gymnastics? Why? I don't understand. Aside from formal initiation, can Sampradaya exist? See, the knowledge is there. Okay? Guru is giving knowledge. Now, the books are there, the knowledge is there. Now, if there is no disciple, he is just in the air, I accept Prabhupada as my Guru. But I will not be his disciple. He is my Guru, but I am not his disciple. Okay? In this way, in the air we accept without any formal contract. And then in the future, these are all formalities. That is formality. Dress is formality. Tilak is formality. This is formality. That was formality. That is formality. This is formality. Everything is a formality. I am become a formality after that. My existence becomes formality. I am existing just for namesake. My life has no value. I am an idiot. I am completely lost everything. So why? If everything is a formality, then why anything? This is how paramparas actually become, sampradayas become lost. We can do away with this formal initiation. Why? If we can do away with formal initiation, why can't we do away with formal dress? So we can give, yes. So we can do away with formal dress, then why can't we with formal prasadam? Yes. In the mind, yeah, Krishna will understand. I will go to the restaurant and then I will, vegetarian food I will offer, and then I will offer to Krishna and eat. Formality, this is all formality, offering and all. I can offer here also. What is there? no rule will stay. Prabhupada, why did he institute formal initiation? Because Guru is giving knowledge. But where is the commitment from the disciple? Karishya vachanam tava. If I accept you as my Guru, and I have to be willing to be a disciple, I should say, I should do whatever it takes. And if Prabhupada said, do the Ritvik system, I should do it because Prabhupada said it. Why should I find, oh, maybe Ritvik system, yeah, many people are actually talking about it. I mean, can there be another system where, without formal initiation, can we continue? Why? Why? Who is arguing? Set him right first. Set him right first. Why we should compromise and change our way? We're not going to change. You understand that Ritvik system is bona fide, otherwise you get lost. That's it. People may not like our way of, our style of handling things, but we will do it this way, that's all. Any opinion apart from the opinion of the spiritual master is useless. That's all we understand. Even this idea of formal initiation, aside from formal initiation, sampradaya existing, this is all also concoction. We are not taught like this, we won't do like this. Okay? Yes, I mean, without formal initiation, there have been sampradaya. I mean, like Gaur Kishore Das Babaji, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Jagannath Das Babaji, these are all Shiksha connections, not Diksha connections. Not formal initiation. But of course, they are all Mahabhagavats. So now, what are we? We are speculating big time. Yeah? Even though they did not take formal initiation, their commitment is unmatched. Where is our commitment? So we have to have formal. We have to have. Prabhupada wanted it, and therefore we have to have it. Okay, next. Pradyumna Das. Again. Many questions by Pradyumna Das. Let's see. I really respect all of you. You are still sitting here patiently. Of course, half of you have gone. But if someone is initiated by an ISKCON Guru, can one still accept Śrīla Prabhupada with a whole heart and go back to Krishna? Yes. Yeah. Whole heart means you have to reject his Guru. That's the point. He may be initiated, but he has to reject that Guru. Then only whole heart. Otherwise, you still have that Guru means not full heart is for Prabhupada, no? Not whole heart. Some heart is for that other person also. So we don't want that. I'm not saying that we should not appreciate any other devotee, every other devotee is trash, only Prabhupada. That is another nonsense. Prabhupada, yes. Then everybody who is following him should be inspiration. Oh, how nicely he is serving Prabhupada's instructions. I also should. So that is different from, that is in line with Prabhupada. That actually means that Prabhupada is in the center, and because he is following Prabhupada, that's why he is dear to me. Because Prabhupada is dear. And because he is following Prabhupada. So Prabhupada is the center of our likes and dislikes and everything. Yeah. Another question. Next. There are inquiries. Yeah. There are inquiries as per the nature of Jiva having bhakti. Can you elaborate? I don't even understand the question. There are inquiries as per the nature of the Jiva having bhakti. Can you elaborate? I don't even understand the question. I'm so sorry. Fourth question. I only usually entertain 3 questions from one person, please. Can doing Gaudhan offering take one to the higher planets and even get birth as a devotee in the next life? Maybe. But chanting Hare Kṛṣṇa is more than any Gokoti Dhanam Grahane Khagasya. I showed you that verse, no? Quickly, I'll show you that again. गोकोटिदानं ग्रहणे खगस्य प्रयागगङ्गोदककल्पवासः यज्ञायुतं मेरु सुवर्णदानं गोविन्दकीर्तेर्न समं शतांशैः. Even if one distributes 10 million cows in charity during an eclipse of the sun, lives at the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna for millions of years, or gives mountain of gold in sacrifice to the Brahmanas, he does not earn 100th part of the merit derived from chanting Hare Kṛṣṇa. Okay? Chant Hare Kṛṣṇa. Akshaya Patrot. All glories Prabhupada. Guruji, please inform how to find spiritual master. You are in luck because Prabhupada is the spiritual master. You just read his books first. Start reading his books. Okay, you are saying all glories Prabhupada. So you read his books. He is the spiritual master. He is the spiritual master. There is no need of another spiritual master. He is the spiritual master because he is enlightening you with knowledge. So he is the spiritual master. He is enlightening and somebody else is spiritual master. What is that? How does that work? Okay. You're in luck because you don't have to search another spiritual master. He is already there. Is Gayatri initiation important? Yeah, because then you can do deity worship, second initiation and all that. Okay. Everything is important. Prabhupada, whatever Prabhupada did, we have to do. Not that, it's not important. Aman. I'll just be like, Parshuram. Next question. Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhuji, although I belong to Smartha Brahman family, but still not clear about Smartha meaning. Good question. I am also not clear. Smartavya. Remembering Smartavya. I don't know. Maybe they remember mantra. I don't know. I am just speculating. It must be a meaning. I don't know. What is the meaning? Okay. I'm not very knowledgeable in that. Okay, Anand. Anandani Mataji. Which verse says sensory satisfaction leads to restless mind? I mean, Indriyanam hi charatam yanmano vidhiyate tadasya harati prajñam vayurnavamivambhasi. As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. I think that's a perfect verse. Next. What kind of questions you are asking here? What is this? Sir, why some people of the Prabhus of ISKCON says that all Shiva devotees became Krishna devotees? Who said? Who's the one who said? I don't know what you're talking about. Some devotees, Shiva devotees became Krishna devotees here. I mean, but honestly, are we really Shiva devotees? I mean, because we don't even know what is God and what is devotion. Nothing. We are worshipping all demigods, the kind of background we came from, you see. Hey, if you become Krishna devotee, then Shiva will be very happy. Okay. Prashant Singh, how do we perform our karma? Excellent. Okay. First of all, what is karma? What do you mean by karma? Karma is a very, very broad word. So, I'll just give a very short and the highest meaning of karma. Okay. So, activities. Any action we do in this material world has a reaction. So, sometimes it is pious. Pious means that which is enjoined in the Vedas. Okay, do like this. And there are don'ts. Don't do like this. There are sinful activities. So, in either way, there will be a reaction. Either painful reaction or a so-called comfortable reaction. Comfortable life, that kind of reaction. And then there is akarma. So, karma is sanctioned action according to Vedas. Vikarma is also karma, it's all action. Karma means action, so in that way it is all action. But it's vikarma, it is sinful action. And then there is akarma, which is sometimes known as inaction, that means no action. But that's not actually possible for us because as living entities we are actually active. If we are not active, we are dead. We are dead stone. So that's not possible. So we have to be active. So akarma actually means action with no reaction, means no material reaction, but we'll get spiritual benefit. That is bhakti. So now karma, vikarma, akarma. Okay. So how to perform our karma? So any karma will give a reaction. So sinful life will give me painful reactions in the future, but even pious activity will give me a good birth in a good family, nation, or beauty, riches, whatever. But birth itself is bad. Birth means there will be pain. There will be disease, old age, death, and other pains and everything, tensions, anxieties. So whether pious or impious, birth is bad in this material world. So we should not actually take birth in this material world. We will go back to Krishna. That's where we belong. We are eternal. So we have to perform akarma. The art of work is this. How to perform our karma. This is how we should perform. 47 through 51 actually. कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफल हेतुर्भुर्माते संगोस्त्वकर्मणि. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. You have the right to perform your duty, but no, you are not entitled to the fruits of action. So whatever the fruits of that action come, suppose I start a business and get my profit. That profit is the fruit. You are not entitled to the profit. It's Krishna's. So 50% you have to give to Krishna, 50% you keep for your family or whatever. That's how we should do. The fruits of action. So it is not our fruit, it is Krishna's. So, and never consider you also the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. Okay. Then next, perform your duty equipoised, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. But what is our duty? My duty is to play cricket. My duty is to do software programming. That is not duty. That is something we are doing as a this thing, as a livelihood, whatever. Yeah, in one sense it is a duty, but it's a conditional small duty. But real duty of human life is to actually inquire about God and inquire about ourselves and attain love of God. Okay? That we have to do in the service of the Lord. Okay? Then, O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant. So we have to stay away from sinful activities. And how to do that? By always engaging in devotional service. And in that consciousness, surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. Everybody in this world, they want to enjoy the fruits of their work. They are all misers. Next, 250. This is the art of all work. Yoga karmasu kaushalam buddhi yukto jahatiha ubhe sukrita dushkrite tasmad yogaya yujyasva yoga karmasu kaushalam. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad actions even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. So, how to perform karma? Perform Krishna conscious devotional service. Then you will get rid of both good and bad reactions, and then go back to Vaikuntha. No more rebirth in this material world, because good or bad rebirth is bad in this material world. It's not worth it. So, do devotional service, go back to Vaikuntha. That is how we will do work. By thus engaging in devotional service of the Lord, the great sages and devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead. That is how to do karma. Okay? Very good. Very good question. We are not satisfied with the shortcuts already given. We want more shortcut. It's not shortcut, it's short circuit. Can a person go back to Godhead without initiation by chanting 16 rounds and following all the 4 principles? That also you don't want. From 64 rounds to 16 rounds and initiation, so you can go back. That is already a concession. That is also without initiation, without 16 rounds, go back. Then this is only that Vaikuntha. That place where you can go to without chanting, without initiation, that is this place. You are already there. That is not Godhead or doghead. Hey, what brain we have to have to, I mean, even that also you cannot do. 16 round is very simple. What is that? So we should do. Why everything we want? We want all results but without any endeavor. That kind of lazy. We cannot be lazy in this. Please. Okay, next. Agam Patel. Okay. I think this is the most number of questions I've ever taken in an AMAM session. Ever. Record. I think I've broken a record today. Hare Kṛṣṇa, I feel very much that I should chant. You feel that you should chant. Somehow I come inside the trap of Maya and don't chant. How should I overcome that problem? Chant. Just take the bead bags. Open your mouth. It's your mouth. It's your own mouth. Like there is no other key, no permission do you need to open your mouth. It's purely your own mouth. What should stop you? Just do it. Just do it. That's it. That's all you have to do. Just do it. It's literally your own mouth. Like nobody is taping it with a duct tape. Nobody. I'll show you. I mean, let me show you this verse. What to do? Let's see Mukundamala Stotra. आश्चर्यमेतद्धि मनुष्यलोके सुधां परित्यज्य विषं पिबन्ति नामानि नारायणगोचराणि त्यक्त्वान्यवाचः कुहकाः पठन्ति. The greatest wonder in human society is this. People are so incorrigible that they reject the life-giving nectar of Lord Narayan's names and instead drink poison by speaking everything else. So if your mouth is not chanting, you must receive this kind of strong words. That your rascal number one, that kind of thing. Maybe then you will. Okay, then another verse also. Let's see some Yamaraj. Yamaraj, I think, is a good fear factor. Let's go to Yamaraj. Maybe some fear will work. जिह्वानवक्ति भगवद्गुणनामधेयं चेतश्च न स्मरति तच्चरणारविन्दं कृष्णाय नो नमति यच्छिर एकदापि तानानयध्वमसतो कृतविष्णुकृत्याम्. My dear servants, Yamaraj is saying to his Yamadutas, please bring to me only those sinful persons who do not use their tongues to chant the holy name and qualities of Krishna, whose hearts do not remember the lotus feet of Krishna even once, and whose heads do not bow down even once before Lord Krishna. Send me those who do not perform their duties toward Vishnu, which are the only duties in human life. Please bring me all such fools and rascals. So if you want an appointment with Yamaraj, please don't chant. Become a fool and rascal and stay here without chanting. Yamaraj will quickly call. You can see him one day. You don't want to see him, then chant. Okay? This is not all fairy tale. You will really go there. At that time you will regret, Arey yaar, I heard this in the class, now I am seeing him. That time too late. You will be sent to the gate number something, one hell. Hari Om Sharan made a bhajan album on Śrīla Prabhupāda. Can we listen? What is that? What? I don't know what the songs are, so I don't know. If he's singing Hare Kṛṣṇa, maybe good, but I don't know what is it. So I don't know. Hey, how many questions? 7 questions. This is too much. I usually entertain only 3. I think I will stop. I don't want to do this. Pradyumna Das Prabhu. I think he's from, what is this? Trinidad and Tobago. Anyway, I'll just put it there. Devotees have made a variety of stotrams to Śrīla Prabhupada. Can we recite? What about Yadi Prabhupadana Hoita? Jayapataka Swami wrote that. I saw the meaning, it's quite nice, but well. If you want, you can chant. I did not chant until now. Saurav, are these even questions? Okay. Where can we find entire authentic content of Prabhupada? Prabhupadbooks.com, Prabhupada.io, Prabhupadabooks.com. Or you buy books. What is that? Okay. Next. I hope there are no more questions. I don't know how many more questions are there. Oh, these questions are not at all finishing. What is this? 91 questions now. Okay, that's going to be the last. Okay, I'm not going to do anything more than that. Okay. Sorry. Enough of this question is going on and asking. Okay, Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhu, I wanted to ask one thing. Andal Goda Devi of Sri Sampradaya also saw the Lord Ranganath in Madhuri Ras. So does it mean Madhuri Ras is not limited to our Sampradaya? Yeah, can be. If she did it in Madhuri Ras, then yeah. But especially so, I mean, more in our thing. The explanation of it and all these things, you know. Pradyumna again. Pradyumna Prabhu, how many questions are you going to ask? Yeah, just going on and on. See, I have now it's already going to be 12, you know. Okay. Okay, gaming with her. How can I choose Lord Krishna as my god of my pure karma, please tell? Read Prabhupada's books, please. Hare Krishna. Huh? What is this again? This. Come on. Also, in ISKCON, devotees state that Hari Bhakti Vilas requires Ganesh Puja before starting a ritual. Can you kindly comment? Or can one recite the glorification of Ganapati as devotee of Lord Narasimhadeva as noted in Brahma Samhita? We don't do this because Prabhupada asks us not to do. So we will not do this. That's all. Yes, Hari Bhakti Vilas says, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu says, but Prabhupada says no. Because he knows that we are idiots, and then we will start Ganesh Puja, then Kartikeya, then both sons are there and parents are not there, then Parvati Shiva will come. Hare, one family is there, what about the other family? You know, start another family. Whole 33 million demigods, everybody will be there. He knows our Hindu nonsense. So he said no. Okay. Next. Pradyumna again. Oh my god. Pradyumna is just like. No, I shouldn't be doing this honestly because I only entertained 3 questions from one person. Maybe you did not know this the first time, but next time I'm not going to entertain. Please, I'm sorry about that. Should one recite Vrinda Devi Stotra before Japa? No one asked you to do so. Prabhupada did not ask. So you can chant, you not chant. It's not should. Okay. You have to chant Namo Viṣṇu Padaya and then Prabhupada Pranati Mantra and Panchatattva Mahamantra. Yes, after that. After that, Hare Kṛṣṇa, that's all. Don't introduce new things. Just let us focus on chanting properly. Why all these new things and what is all this? Okay, you see, just simply for the sake of asking question. Devotee. Can a devotee make female friend in college? Yeah, if you want to go to hell, you can. Next. Can a devotee recite Narasimha Kavacham? What about Narayana and Tulasi Kavacham? You can chant whatever Kavacham you want, but first of all, the mantra should be given by the spiritual master. Okay, you can chant Narasimha Kavacham, but the thing is, focus on Hare Kṛṣṇa. You can always learn those verses and chant, but real Kavacham, I mean, all this is Hare Kṛṣṇa is one is enough. Let's focus on increasing the quality of our chanting rather than adding all these things and everything, you know. Understand? Oh, Krishna, Anuradha. Hare Krishna, how to correct my son's bad habits? To introduce good habits. So, good habit is chanting and reading Prabhupada's books. You also have to read. I hope you are reading, because then you can explain to your son also. But you have to read, and then your son also has to read Prabhupada's books, and then he has to understand. Habits form because of our convictions, of our views on life, and all that. So if our views change on life, then and if we have strong association, then yes, we can our habits can be good. So for now, first thing is the knowledge. Okay, so that has to change. So you have to read Prabhupada's books for that. Start with small books first. Work your way up. Okay, Anuj Pandav. Pandav or Pandey Pandav? Okay. Is it good to preach or tell what we have been learning through ISKCON Brahmachari? Is it good to preach or tell what we have been learning through ISKCON Brahmachari? That means you are listening to an ISKCON Brahmachari and then you want to preach those things and then you are asking if it is okay. They will tell many other things. See, the thing is, they will ultimately lead you to the Guru system. Yeah. And that's where the disobedience to Prabhupada comes in. So, we don't want to intimately associate with them because they're misleading us from what actually Prabhupada asks us to do, which is Ritvik system of initiations. So, we have classes, we join our classes. Sundar Gopal Prabhu is giving classes, we are doing classes, Nimayata Prabhu is doing classes, vlogs, so many things. Watch these things. And read Prabhupada's books. Mainly, actually, read Prabhupada's books. Okay. And of course, if you want to lecture and all this, watch these things. We have also content, right? Okay. Next. Oh, Krishna. This is, I think, the longest I think so. Sir, I wanted to stay in Brahmacharya, but after some time I may fail. I am fail. Hare Krishna, how to stay in Brahmacharya? You have to have a strong temple environment. You have to stay in the temple and you have to have that camaraderie with other brahmacharis and service. Mind should be full on service and philosophy and this kind of thing. So, and if you fail, it's not a big deal. I mean, you get married and then go on, you know. But don't fight it. I mean, you have to fight it, of course. I mean, you have to fight it, but not to the point where you absolutely cannot live without entering grasa and you're still trying to stay brahmachari. Not to that point. You have to be. There has to be a fight, yes, with the mind, but you have to stay in the temple. Honestly, you just can't stay on your own and become brahmachari. Brahmachari is not just bachelor. That's not brahmachari. Brahmachari means brahmachari gurukule. Vasandanta Guru. He stays in the Gurukul under the guidance of the Guru, like a menial servant. Acharan Dasavan Nicha. Menial servant. This is a totally different thing. Okay, so next. So can you explain the glory and greatness of Namajapa? Oh. Namely Narayana, Rama, Krishna, and also the gist of the son of story of Ajamil regarding how sins and sinful propensities both are burnt. You want me to give a whole lecture on this? I'm sorry. Too late for that. Greatness of Nam Japa? Well, we have actually showed you something. That's the most auspicious thing in the beginning of the session. We have showed some. Of course, there are many other verses which I can show, but honestly, you know, start chanting. It has to be a class on its own, and many sessions it will take to actually really explain the glory and greatness of Nam Japa. In fact, we have done about chanting. I think so. What did we do? A lecture on that in the Strengthening Foundations? I don't know. Gist of the story of Ajamil. Well, you already, I think, know the story of Ajamil. Read the Second Chance book. Please read the Second Chance book. The book called A Second Chance. Because you have to do these homeworks. Because you can't expect me to explain the whole thing. If something is not clear, you ask me, I will try to clarify. But you ask me to explain the whole thing, give a purport to this, explain this story, and give a class on this purport and that verse. And This is an AMAM session. Specific doubts, specific answers, like that. That's the format. Okay. Basically, there is nothing equal to Nam Japa. Yajnanam Japa Yajñosmi, Krishna said. Of all the yajnas, Japa Yajna is the highest. So chant Hare Kṛṣṇa. Okay, next. Surrender to Supreme Lord Krishna. I am a practicing devotee for many years, working professional also. Can I stay like this without marrying and continue practicing Krishna consciousness in whatever way I can, or mandatorily become brahmachari or grahastha? I mean, I would suggest become brahmachari. Stay. I mean, what are you doing with working? I mean, what is the point in working like that? What are you doing with your life? If you ask me, you become brahmachari. Even if you later go and marry, that's another thing. But now become brahmachari and experience your life. Give up. What are you going to do with your job? What are you going to do with the money? Give to Krishna. Krishna doesn't need your money. You can collect money from other people who are working and who doesn't know that Krishna consciousness is a supreme, path. So they can give the money, and then you can go and collect from them and then give to the temple. So you don't have to earn the money and give it to the temple. And preach Krishna consciousness and tell those people about Krishna. Distribute books. That is real life. Okay. If you ask me like that, you become brahmachari. Okay. Join our Pondicherry temple there if you are in India. Sai Reddy. Hare Krishna Swami, this might be an inappropriate question here to ask, but I have feelings for a girl, but we don't know each other well. How do I express my feelings to her? Don't come to me with these questions. As you said, it is very inappropriate question. Because that is what we are saying in this Shastra, yours is exactly opposite. The sex life is the cause of all miseries. And then you want my advice how to get into it. So I'm sorry, I'm completely against this. You have feelings, so you tell her in whichever way you want. I'm not. But whatever it is, become Krishna. Even if you hook up with this girl, now you go and make her a devotee, and you become a devotee first of all. What are you all doing? Running after each other. What is this? Become settled. Become settled. It's okay to be married, but become Krishna conscious, both of you. Then there is some meaning. Otherwise, it's just a dog's life, honestly. Dog's life. So Krishna should be in the center. Okay, read Bhagavad Gita. If you want to introduce Bhagavad Gita, whatever. Make it Krishna centric. Otherwise, it's going to be a failure. Okay, that's all I can say. I mean, Prabhupada also went to the West and everybody was having boyfriend, girlfriend. Okay, encourage them, fine, okay. Taking that as an example, I'm just advising you, but best thing you can do is introduce Krishna consciousness to her. That's all I can say. Give Bhagavad Gita and, discuss Bhagavad Gita and whatever. Okay. Once you really understand second chapter of Bhagavad Gita, you will understand you're not body and then you will leave the world. Okay, or she will leave you. Either way. Anyway, either way, we have to all leave each other. We're not going to stay forever, right? So it's not worth investing so much in this temporary thing. We have to invest in eternal life. Krishna consciousness. Okay, next. Can we dedicatedly practice and study deeply Krishna conscious philosophy, like pursuing Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, Sarvabhauma courses for some years, staying in Dham? There are many dedicated institutes in ISKCON. Do we have any Ritvik institutes for the same, Prabhu? Not there, we don't have, not needed. Because you can be a theoretical hero but a practical zero. So you learn everything in the association, temple association. Yeah, you can do all those courses if you like on the side, but it should never interrupt your service, and you have to actually be fully be engrossed in the services. Not that I'm going to do this, scholarly study of scriptures, and then I will not do any service. I don't know even how to wash pots or pans or toilet, and I'm Bhakti Shastri and Bhakti Vaibhav Sarvabhauma, conquered the whole earth. Can't even clean, like my room, 120 square foot room. I can't clean, and I've conquered the earth. So I don't believe in this. I mean, you can study, but that's not the way. It's not like a PhD course. Krishna consciousness is not, even if you can have Sarvabhauma or whatever, unless we engage in devotional service. Tachraddha dhana munayo, you know. Tachraddha dhana munayo, jnana vairagya yuktaya, pashyanti atmani chatmanam bhaktya shrutagrahitaya. No, not this one. Yeah. This is also. The seriously inquisitive student or sage, well equipped with knowledge and detachment, realizes their absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from his Vedanta Shruti. If through devotional service we can understand. 2931 also. Anyway. Next. Rohit Sawant. This is the longest I have ever been on a AMAM session. All records broken. Hare Kṛṣṇa Prabhu, what is the role of money in one's life? Money is the perpetual source of distress. It is a virtual death for the soul. Nityartidena vittena durlabhenatmamrityuna grahapatyapt pashubhi kapriti sadhitaischalaih. Wealth is a perpetual source of distress. It is the most difficult to acquire and is virtual death for the soul. What satisfaction does one actually gain from his wealth? Similarly, how can one gain ultimate or permanent happiness from one's so-called home, children, relatives, and domestic animals, which are all maintained by one's hard-earned money? Okay, another one. Mm. 11:23, 18:19. स्तेयं हिंसानृतं दम्भ कामः क्रोधः स्मयो मदः भेदो वैरम् अविश्वासः संस्पर्धा व्यसनानि च एते पञ्चदशानर्था ह्यर्थमूला मता नृणां तस्मादनर्थमर्थाख्यं श्रेयोर्थी दूरतस्त्यजेत्. Theft, violence, speaking lies, duplicity, lust, anger, perplexity, pride, quarreling, enmity, faithlessness, envy, and the dangers caused by women, gambling, and intoxication are the 15 undesirable qualities that contaminate men because of greed for wealth. Although these qualities are undesirable, men falsely ascribe value to them. One desiring to achieve the real benefit of life should therefore remain aloof from undesirable material wealth. If you have wealth, give it to Krishna, because it belongs to him. When we try to enjoy wealth, we are like Ravana. Sita is Lakshmi, and Ravana wanted to enjoy Lakshmi, enjoy Sita with himself. What happened? Swarna Lanka became Bhasma Lanka. Golden Lanka became Ashes Lanka. So, if we engage Lakshmi, like Hanuman, what is his glory? He is, you see, Ravana went and looked for Sita, and Hanuman also went the other side and looked for Sita. But one is glorified, one is condemned. Why? Because Ravana went there to look for Sita to enjoy her. Hanuman went there to look for Sita to rejoin her with Lord Ram. So, the materialist may be after money and the devotee may be also after money. But the devotee will be after money to give to Krishna, whereas the materialist will be after money to enjoy himself. It's totally different. One is like Hanuman, one is like Ravana. Okay? So, money itself, Lakshmi, she is Lakshmi. But in Krishna's service, yes, she is all, we can get the blessings of it. But if we use it for ourselves, then it's yes, we require some for our maintenance, but mostly it's unnecessary. Okay, next. we actually achieve, we actually reach the end. This is the last question. Really? Okay. Ankur Khanna. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada mentioned Sadashiv to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In conversation with Sridhar Maharaj, there is mention of some pastimes of Lord Sadashiva in Śrīmad Bhāgavatam. Can you mention those pastimes so that we may differentiate and not confuse with Lord Shiva pastimes as Lord Sadashiva is Supreme Personality of Godhead? So, Advaita Acharya is actually incarnation of Sadashiva and Mahavishnu. And in Chaitanya Charitamrita, there is some, distinguishing the efficient cause and the something cause, and the superintendent of each of them, Sadashiva and Mahavishnu. Something I forgot the distinction, but in Chaitanya Charitamrita, you can actually just do a search, probably Sadashiva, Mahavishnu, and then you might get into the Advaita Acharya's the chapter. I think chapter 6, if I'm not wrong, of Adilila, and there you will find, I think, some explanation on that Sadashiva and Mahavishnu. So I think you go and do that homework. I'm going to end it here. Thank you all very much for participation. I'm sorry if I've been harsh and everything with my answers, but sometimes truth has to be spoken bluntly. I mean nothing bad for you all. I mean, I want just you to become good devotees, and that's all. Alright, thank you all very much. Śrīla Prabhupāda ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. Lal Singh Rathod, please explain my question, please in WhatsApp. WhatsApp. I'm sorry. Jai Shri Ram. What was your other question? I'm sorry. Okay, Dimitri is saying we hit the last record of AMAM duration, which was 4 hour 24 minutes. Now it's 4 hour 40 minutes. Even if it had been longer, I would still have stayed to listen to you. Really. Alright, thank you very much. Hare Krishna. I'm sorry I did not answer some of your questions, maybe, but it's already past 12 midnight here. Hare Krishna. 10:116, yes. 10:116. For those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, what is he talking about? This is a very good verse. vāsudeva-kathā-praśnaḥ puruṣāṁs trīn punāti vaktāraṁ pracchakaṁ śrotទ្ធṁs tat-pāda-salilaṁ yathā. The the Ganges or Ganga, emanating from the toe of the Lord Viṣṇu, purifies the three worlds, upper, middle, and lower planetary systems. Similarly, when one asks questions about the pastimes and characteristics of Lord Vāsudeva-Krishna, three varieties of men are purified: the speaker or preacher, he who inquires, and the people in general who listen. Alright. Thank you very much. King of patience? No. Alright, Hare Krishna.